ああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright, folks, you know the drill. Grand strategy games take an extra long time to play, so we're sneaking in some weekend playtime with them. But I'm pretty sure that Mirai Ninja is going to win this week's Dank Movie Night poll, and so I won't be wanting to miss that. So we gotta hop right on into this. Hop right on in and make as much progress as we can towards the end of the game, so we don't have to miss a single thing later. Got with me today on stream, Onyx at the edge of the desk, Toasty behind me. The little boys are really spoiled having to stay at their grandma's house, and they don't like being cooped up in this small room, which they're going to have to get used to when the apartment eventually gets repaired. How did the email put it? That once they get word back from everybody, inquiring about the status of each of your units regards to removal of your personal items, need to access each unit next week. To start review for repairs. So next week is start of review before repairs could be finished. So, one step at a time. We'll have to review the units, assess things, and then repair the units. Toasty! Toasty, what was that, crybaby? Come on over here. You feel lonesome, Toasty? He doesn't cry so much when he's downstairs where it's wide and spacious. They've been spoiled. Onyx has been spoiled by snacks the size of meals. And I was woken up this morning at like 5:56 to Onyx crying like an alarm clock in front of my mom's door, begging for snacks. But he's also been spoiled by the wide outside spaces. They've both been spoiled by the wide indoor spaces. And you poor babies aren't gonna be so happy when you gotta go back to a small apartment in a more urban space. No, they're not gonna be too happy at all. But as for this game, in November and December, when the game was released, we had a pretty good European campaign, I think. And then the colonization game was just a no-brainer. Press a location, push the buttons, you start throwing your people out, and once your people become enough of a population, it becomes your color. So the colonization game is brain dead, so it's super easy to throw guys all over the world. And then once you got a sizable place going, even if you don't continue to colonize, they'll do all the rest of the colonizing for you. So there's nothing to say about the colonial system. It could definitely be better. It's very primitive, very archaic, very basic. But at this point of the game, we've used that colonial wealth to push further into our Mediterranean holdings. And now that it's 1762, we're blessed with rebel recalculation. I think is mostly a consequence of playing a launch era campaign. And they do warn you that you might want to start a new campaign for 1.1.x because prior saves might be beyond recoverable. You could play, but it's new calculations, and so the situation your old campaigns find themselves in might not have a good time, and that might not have a good time for me, is that there is well over a dozen rebels at 100%, and it never ends. But because it is 1762, and every single last one of my colonies is comfortably at 0 loyalty, combined strength of all colonial nations versus overlord, yada yada yada. I'm not letting you outside, Onyx. There's gotta be somebody coming over later to take my mom's old fridge away and bring a new fridge. And apart from the front door being open for that, Onyx, that means that there's gonna be strangers in here doing very loud things, and you guys are scared of both of those. He's scratching on the closet door because he knows that scratching on the door itself only annoys us. Sorry, Onyx. But yeah, now we're getting revolts from our colonies that want to be independent. And I don't mind throwing them away if I have to, but so far we don't really have to. So I'm gonna see how long I can hold on to them. And I think I want to tweak my armies. Right now, what we had was 2 mega stacks, which turned into 2 mega stacks and a smaller stack. But what I think I want to do and start doing in future campaigns is maintain smaller stacks instead. And so I'm thinking 6, 6, 6, 6 is probably the ratio I want to go for. 6 artillery, 6 cavalry, 6 defensive infantry, and 6 offensive infantry. So let's see. I got loads of cash, so let's start. That's 1 artillery. Hunters is gun guy. Musketeers is defensive. And then 6 hunters. We're gonna start off with somewhat of a modernization of force. Royal Mortar, Gallop Cavalry, a Musketeer, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, missed out on this guy here too. I don't want to get too confused here, since I don't have a way of checking which of my units I already have build orders toward. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right off this guy. And now you just have infantry and cavalry, so you're missing stuff entirely. Six of you. One cavalry. One infantry. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this one sees 1, 1, 1. Oh. And that's all my cash. Oh well, that's alright. By the time we make more money, we'll see what else we need. Onyx, you're not going outside right now, baby. Just rest. You got your litter box under the desk that you guys haven't been using, so you got a downstairs litter box. Trust me, Onyx. In a couple of hours, you're gonna be happy for being in here. And so as long as we have these current, ongoing civil wars, nobody's going to revolt against me. Trust me, Onyx, you're okay. Apostolicae Servitutus. So as long as we got these going on, we have a little bit of a break right now. And we have enough sand everywhere so that our railroads could actually maintain and continue building. And the game is already being rather sluggish. Game, why are you being sluggish? Onyx, baby, come over here. When the cats had to move in for a little, for boyfriend's surgery recovery, Onyx was especially unhappy. The apartment that boyfriend had back then was smaller than the apartment that caught fire that we were sharing last year. And so, Onyx had nothing to complain about, but he doesn't like being confined to one room when there's so much other place to go out to. And he would scratch on that door day and night. I mean, at least in the daytime, I'd let him go out and such, but at night, he didn't like being trapped in here. At night, he likes to roam. So I basically had to duct tape some cat scratch material onto the door and then just duct tape all of every other surface around the door. The scratch material so that if he does try to scratch, it just goes, instead of being annoying, and same for the duct tape elsewhere. But the Hussite branch of the family would just give you a random thing. Huh. What you doing, Onyx? And there goes Toasty, curious over Onyx's shenanigans. He's digging around in the box, well, not in the boxes and bags of our stuff we brought from the apartment, but he's digging in the area, trying to find places to go. Poor skills of Radomir Virba, a laughing crowd at the face of drama. Well, we only have shit artists. That's kind of why I don't care about buying artists. One, the game throws so many artists at you. Two, they're all shit. And I'm sure their artistic skill is supposed to increase over time. But why would I spend my hard-earned ducats to hire somebody who hasn't even gone to art school yet? 8 artistic skill is basically somebody who is a child and hasn't picked up his first pencil. We're not even getting an apprentice. His skills to insult through entertainment are unparalleled to none. His latest works are meant to be an ode to our great people, only to end up being a scathing retort, listing our shortcomings and greatest failures. What an absolute fool. -5 research progress. I don't care about the prestige and legitimacy. What's the other one? 40,000? Fuck him! I'll just eat the -5 research progress. I've gotten so many other +5s. We'll just pretend those other +5s never existed. These guys are liabilities. I think the better thing might be, if there's gonna be events like that, it might be worth what minor penalty there is if you have a type of ruler who's got the traits to banish or execute, and just fucking banish or execute your shit artists. At the very least, those events are rare. That's the first time I've seen that one. But the event system is wonky. It's not unusual that if you get one bad event, either you get another bad one a week later, or the exact fucking same thing repeats the next month. That one error we had ages ago that was basically doing a tour of every single religion. And we had to either accept that he goes to some weird minority religion that's 0.0000001% of the population twice, or cut all of his stats by 10. Ultimately, I should have just let him. It doesn't make a difference, really, because it doesn't change the state religion. The ruler religion is a very bizarre thing, because there's no conflict between ruler religion and state religion, and you can't change the ruler religion anyway, so the only real disadvantage is that if you have a ruler must be the same religion or ruler must be the same religious group law, then it could disqualify them. But otherwise, there's been no disadvantage having a Catholic Italy with Hussite kings, for instance. Where you going, Toasty? You trying to climb on down, but the ground looks uncertain? He's trying very hard to climb off the desk. Toasty. Toasty, come here. Come here, Toasty, let me help you. You don't want me to help you get down? Here, Toasty. I'm gonna pick you up and put you down, okay? Ready? There you go, Toasty. Triumphant music and carrying the cat down the desk. Constantinople earthquake. I don't even know if paying money does anything. There's a major amount of prosperity loose pops in some buildings. With our investment, the location will have an easier time rebuilding. What does that mean? Does that mean that the location gets some kind of modifier? Earthquake zone, holy sites, major recovery effort, 0.5 prosperity and cheaper building cost. The thing is, I don't even know what buildings are destroyed. Hell if I know. I thought I saw a green plus on the Theodosian walls, and got really confused. Turns out I was just misseeing things. Still low proximity here, even with the railroads haven't been built yet, is why. These fringe areas. But there's a bit more green throughout. And our railroads through the desert corridors have already been built. Just gotta build their connecting endpoints. Which I've learned recently in Swedish are saluta stations. Now that Toasty's off the desk, he's also crawling around, digging through much the same areas that Onyx was. We still got bubonic plague around here. Look at that. Plateauing us like it did so long ago. Remember this all the way down there? When smallpox dropped our population early into the game, and then we took over Sicily, got a population boost, and then right away, bubonic plague, and the population crashed. That's such a minor bump now. Back when it was like starting at 3 million, losing people to smallpox and then plague, and then trying to get back to 3 million. Well, the plague hasn't reached Naples yet. We're 100% immune. We still got our plague immunity. 89%, 100%, 77, 59, 98. So some places have less, but for the most part, I don't expect the bubonic plague to do too much damage to us. Alright, here's my first taste of tea of the day. Honey market. Salvation. Okay, my civil war in Banten is done. Should I build some railroads for all of my people out here? They got good proximity because they're pretty compact. They don't need the railroads so much. But it's fun making them. I had a lot more mustardy yellows all throughout Spain, and now there's... Italy's looking a whole lot healthier. Tunisic's very healthy. Egypt is pretty healthy. It's mostly up around here where there's still mustardy. We have a local governor in Toledo. Or do we? Hold on. Burgos is radiating out. We still got our local governor there. Am I just losing local governors periodically? Because I once had one in Granada. Naturally, the building disappeared when we had an uprising here. And then when I took control of the area back, I built a local governor. And then at some point it vanished. When we took Toledo, it was with the purpose of putting a local governor here to radiate more proximity out in central Spain. My local governor disappeared. Huh. We didn't get any civil war there. There's proximity sources down the Yetta, where one of my naval governors is. Constantinople has a naval governor. So I haven't been losing my naval governors. Making so little money now. Tsushima demands extradition of their own people. How am I gonna extradite him to where he already is? Mohakar market has missed a little bit of sand. Okay. So let's open building for Mohakar and get them some more sand pits. Everybody's gonna... For fuck's sake, man, if I'm in the building menu, why would I want to click on an army? Think, Johan, think! Oh, the cool music's gone. Okay, that's more than one sand. What's stalled? Roads. Bardi? Bank of Bardi? Bank of Bardi. With Bardi people. Want to improve our cultural view of them. Unbalanced favors they auto-accept, okay. But it doesn't improve their opinion of us, so it doesn't give any help with one of my state bank's relationships with me. But let's see, since money's stalling out again. I suspect because people dying mean less taxes being paid. I don't need army maintenance high right now, so let's put that back down. Cost of court, we'll put it to 0.25 a month. Now the good thing about cost of court is that it basically disappears the moment you hit 100 legitimacy. Let's mint more. $42,000 is what I get, with 6 artillery, 6 cavalry, 6 defensive infantry, and 6 ranged infantry. I think that's alright. I think that stacks of 42 is probably very ultimate. And if I build up more of my armies like that, maybe we'll start chipping away at country strength of all colonial nation countries versus Overlord. What's it take? Half a year or a year for my local governor? We're building a star fort? No, local governor. 98 days left, 97. Rumors of rebellion. Honestly, Onyx, you're blocking the way, baby. I love you, but you want my waters? You could drink my water. It's okay, Onyx. -7 stability is something I cannot really afford. Let them have their liberty desire. For most, they have 0. And it doesn't seem to matter too much anyway. Since if I look, well, Onyx's back is in the way. But it seems like what Liberty Desire does is gut their loyalty, and most of them are going to be at 0 Liberty Desire, and so this brings them up to 10, and that's very quick to monthly tick back down to 0, because it does try to... It tries to go to 0 for its neutral point. But they're already at 0 loyalty, so... It doesn't even matter for this playthrough. Look at that. Roanoke pays me 17.13 per month. But, because they wanted independence, revolted against me and we smacked them down and we demanded they pay war reparation, they would have only had to pay 17.13 per month normally. Now they're paying 17.13 per month as their normal obligation, on top of 147.06 per month reparations. Tsushima pays 26.58 per month as a normal obligation, and now 224.91 per month on top of that from reparations. Ulubancha, only 6.43 is all they would have paid normally. Now 55.53. Panama, 58.39. Would have been 5.62 otherwise. Then let them go to war. And if I build up all of these armies like this, and they end up at 42,000, then I could send 1 or 2 stacks out to different parts of the map. War? That's Havana's colors. I like Havana. I don't want Havana to dislike me. Havana is one that I want to keep because I gave them some pretty decent, or they have some pretty decent RGOs. So the Noble Revolt over here managed to finish out, which means we're back on for independence rebellions. How's Spain looking? They got a Spanish Union between them and Dortmund. And they still have the Medici independence movement. My state bank of Medici has Spain, Papal States, and a whole bunch of miners banding together to make them an independent entity. Spain and the Pope want to fight to ensure that a bank doesn't have to belong to a state. But mostly they have the coalition against me that also includes... It's not so bad that Tunis, Ottomans, and Egypt... Oh wait! Tunis, Ottoman, Egypt, but no Bohemia. France is in, but no Bohemia anymore. Well, that's better then. It's much better because France is still allied to Bohemia, but France themselves are easy pickings. So my thinking is that we could do a crusade against Egypt. And it'll be a crusade against Egypt, Tunis, Ottomans, Spain, and France. And I could feasibly take more from France and Spain. The only trouble for me would be, will France have the ability to call in Bohemia? I think I could test it by declaring war here. France is a co-belligerent if they're pulled in due to the coalition and can call its own allies into war. Which means that France will be able to pull in Bohemia. So I still shouldn't do it. But if we target Bohemia instead, then we'd only have to do a 1-2 punch of France and Bohemia alone. But Bohemia, with its massive wealth, because we're playing from a launch campaign where Bohemia got all... It's not so much you got all the bonus, but they got a very good start. They got a very strong starting position, and the early version of the game gave a whole lot of bonuses to whoever's HRE leader, and that very quickly becomes Bohemia. They could just take as much land as they want, no consideration of cores or anything like that, no opinion. In fact, it checked his own opinion of himself instead of asking the people he's stealing land from, do you want to give me this land? Yes, no. He's asking himself, do I want to take this land? Yes, no. Because he loves himself, it's always going to be a yes. And so Bohemia got a very early boost to spreading and taking land and building up wealth. And they put all that into their massive army. We do have Hungary and Poland who could distract them for a little while. So maybe we could use... Should this be the final boss for the campaign? France and Bohemia versus me, Hungary, and Poland. We'll take Navarra back with a Parliament Casus Belli. And then take a little bit more from France. I would have to build up a whole lot more of my army, though. France is diplomatic hegemon now. Bastia has Corsican patriots. And Bastia alone. I see they have no castle on Havana, but they do have one in the city next door to it. Oh, now this is considered hostile. My poor navies, they're just here to build up some maritime presence. And now they're involved in war. Yeah, let's move them down to the safety of Tsushima, Panama. Okay, we'll send... How's my boats looking? 100% repaired. Very nice. Where's the other one? Didn't send them home. Where is my other... 133 for transport fleet here. It's not buried in here anywhere. Where'd I put him? Did I bring them home? Are they still waiting out over here by Roanoke? Oh, they're still over here. In that case, we could take on the Havana army already. They got a lot of groups over here from the previous war, it looks like. So we'll take on their army here. Maybe smack on down over there, then take Havana. Toasty, you stuck back there? Do you hear him, Mason? Hold on. Toasty? Where are you? Are you inside here? No? Toasty? Are you under the dresser? Look in there. Toasty. Hey, Onyx. Are you concerned about your brother too, Onyx? This reminds me of when Grumpaloon Cat era was. Oh, there you are, Toasty. Hey, Toasty. He's just under the dresser. He's okay. Are you stuck in there, Toasty? Do you feel trapped? You know you're a cat, right? Cats have the advantage of being able to, like, flatten themselves out and squeeze through any place, basically, that their whiskers could fit. And now they're running away. Let's get to the coast. We'll get them by boat. And they're running away again. Did I not raise my army maintenance? Just is not up at max yet. There we go. Now it's proper green. Bagura asked for raid. Would add money? No. These proxy wars are never worth it. Because they're a much smaller army than we are, they're infinitely faster. So chasing them like this is a fool's errand. And I only need a little bit of war score to start. Oh, the Upper Egyptian Patriots are getting a 0.09 still. Lack of integration gives 0.12. Lack of control. Lack of control. So we do have railroads being built down over there. We should put one up on the side too. Its proximity suggests maximum control. Hey, we got more inward. Crown power. Monthly control 0.05 now. Okay. 83% for Oran. We'll keep that one going. Campania's alright now also. I could increase area control. Integrate areas weak for him. This guy does have 94 diplomacy though. Does anybody have decent martial too? Alright. So, we'll have her do integration of Upper Egypt. Who's over here? Bedouin and Lower Egyptians. So I just want to integrate the Upper Egyptians quick to get them ticking back down. And then we'll have this guy over here to assimilate area for Tunisian. basically where she was doing her job. Let's head on over to Havana. They're going back onto their boats. What have we got here? 7 heavies. Habana. Hanabana. Ah. Alright, so let's see what's safe to sit down in. No coastal fort. There's a coastal battery over here. 2 coastal batteries around their capital. Coastal battery, coastal battery. These guys are actually smart. They actually put their wealth towards coastal batteries. Coastal battery, coastal battery, coastal battery. So this seems like a relatively safe place to come in from. There's only 1 coastal battery, which is going to create hostile attrition and make it take longer to approach. We'll drop in Mabuya. We'll take Guayamaro. And that shouldn't be in anybody's zone of control. It's right between zones of control. So we could beach over here, march to there, take it, and that'll be some supply coming our way. Siege down Ornolfe, and then just go along the coast to Hanabana. Occupy that because there's no castle, then occupy Batanabo. Alright. That's the plan. We got a good plan. And we'll send our heavies over here to just keep their boats out of the way. They're trying. 30 heavies against us. They know exactly where I'm going. They're bringing all their boats in. You see that? All their boats are going exactly where my boats were. 24 heavies, 8 heavies, 30 heavies. They've actually got 117 heavy ships around here. That's kind of scary. They could potentially do some real damage to me now. Hey, it's my boyfriend's bay. Let me try to take a screenshot. The snipping tool wasn't popping up. Send him a little screenshot. Have him say something like, "No, you." That's all levy over here. They got regulars, levies. So I'm of 2 minds now. We could either try to take on their soldiers over here, or we could try to land on Mabuya. Let's put a safety save down. The old Twitch safety save. That's killing a lot of my ships this way, I bet. That's some of their boats kicked out already. And then crush them. Oh cool, we actually didn't lose any ships, we gained 2 light ones. We probably gained a whole lot of damage. My merchantmen actually aren't doing too bad. Humanist values led to a lot of literate people forming small scientific societies discuss a variety of practical and impractical concepts and topics. They have no particular importance individually, but as a whole this fad may lead to scientific research being performed that the state can take advantage of. 2.5 in humanist. Oh man, that's a pretty hard sell, isn't it? Gain 2 stability if literacy is a threat? No. 2.5 research, and 5 more towards humanist? Yes, please. Are they gonna try to not we're too much of a threat to him. 83 boats. Galleys? Okay. We'll park over here. Give a little bit of a break to my guys. I wasn't considering they might have so many boats. Population still dropping by 10,000 a month, thanks to that bubonic plague resurgence. Why does it keep defaulting to Colony Guiatica as controlling them? They're not a part of my army at all. There's nobody following me. Just constant stolen valor. Transfer occupation to me. To me. Where's me? EU5. My occupation is colonies. Occupation goes to random colony, EU5, 2 months ago. I occupy land, a random colony gets control. Faces the same problem last game as well. Would happen especially around Africa. Would never happen occupying territory in Europe. I guess it just wasn't considered colonial territory for me. See, it doesn't make a big difference because it does flip to me. But if the occupation steals treasure, that treasure goes to them. A bug with the colonial nations and them taking occupation during war, even if they aren't called into it. But is there any fix? November 9, 2025, in the Paradox forums, bug reports. Exact same thing, colonies occupying locations during Warset of Overlord. Same thing, makes warfare in America very frustrating. Same for me, also playing Portugal. Just in case you could transfer occupation to yourself. Yeah, but they steal the treasures. this is 11.11.1, right? Or 1.11, 1.11. Colonies in America want independence. I siege down their cities. My Brazil colony gets the occupation initially. I'll say I siege down the cities by myself. Even if I can transfer occupation, and if it flips back to me after a few ticks automatically, my Brazil colony steals the treasures bold italic I was going to steal. Post reply. I'm doing my part. They got 300 United Defenders. +7 against -3. We'll just siege down. We're just assaulted, I mean. 261. My Hussite niece. Okay. Mercenary and the mercenaries. It gives nobility satisfaction. And fire. 144. Wait for that circle to fill up. And a deploy. 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 Basque Patriots. Austro-Leonese Patriots. Gascon Patriots. Get out of here, Gawatika. Oh, here they come. They're sending their guys over here to try to liberate their areas. So we're gonna pause here for a second before we take their capital. Oh, starving now? For real? No, not anymore. -13 still. It doesn't look like they've sieged anything around over here. And we have Bulabancha and Roanoke chasing down their armies that have made landfall in America. Okay, let's just get to Havana for now. Jaguar. And because nobody's in Havana, it's... Look at all their boats. They're so rich on boats around here. So let's see. Roanoke isn't too valuable to me resource-wise. They found my light ships. See, look at that. When our boats get damaged, we fly out to who knows where. When their boats get damaged, you just jump right back into the fight. AI boats still get advantages that humans could never dream of. But now we got their capital itself, and all their capital regions are ticking on over our way. Saint Dongiers. +7. We're not maintaining a whole lot of morale here right now. So we gotta do little daily assaults at a time. Gold standard monthly inflation down. 27 guys. There. And it still keeps flipping on over to my Brazil colony. Now that it's us, actually us, I'm just gonna have to. Oh, you know, we never did take East Sabanike. But if I zoom out, I don't really see it. It only appears when I zoom in, so we could have taken that city. We could have taken that city. But a +14. Managua province. We can't take until we take their capital. Okay. So let's do war reparations. Humiliate them and then take all their money. We got 76 prestige. We don't need to humiliate them. Because 15,000 monies and war reparation. They're regretting it now. Oh, I don't have any research right now. I wasn't doing any research. Okay, let's go see what I want to make. Starting on the left, skills of artists, war score cost, naval base. We could get better boats. Bomb cache for a light ship type. Has worse maritime presence but better blockade capacity. So if I just use a heavy frigate instead. 3 blockade capacity, 0.4 maritime presence. So 3 blockade versus 6. And it has 40 more gun versus 25 gun, but that's okay. Minting threshold +1. I'll need a lot more gold and silver though for minting. Power projection. 3-decker heavy ship to lead to first rate ship of the line. 140 gun, 80 hull. This is frontage of 1.5, right? Versus frontage of 1.5. So not too many could squeeze it at once. What's it take? Naval supplies, cannons, liquor and salt, standard stuff. for construction, naval supplies, tools, lumber, cannon, this is copper, and tin. So, no stress over needing steel. East Indiaman transport type. Would at least give me the chance for fewer transports per army. Embrace institutions, but they've all been embraced. Speed of integration. Unified culture group. -5 separatism. Pop promotion, putrefaction, and a whole bunch of mills. Raw material output in general. We haven't done levy en masse yet. We could aim for grenadiers. If we're going to be fighting our peers eventually, there's also ignore zone of control. Manpower, military tactics, ignore zone of control. Conscription center to grenadier. Light dragoons for cavalry. Fusiliers for defensive infantry. Modern range rifle and bayonet enables a possibility of mass charges to enemy ranks. So, 3 combat power, flanking ability 100%, secure flank. Grenadiers give 3 combat power, more morale damage. They also do secure flanks, 50% secure flanks, 50% secure flanks. So I don't really need Fusiliers then. 3-2. 3-2. The only disadvantage is to take more strength damage. How much manpower dies from combat? How much damage attrition does to a regiment or ship each month? Unit weight. Supply limit and the location when calculating attrition. So the balance for cavalry is that they're worse for attrition. They have higher cost to maintain them. Outside of food storage. So we get grenadiers. If they're right there anyway. Look at the flying battery first. Flying battery, then grenadier. And then cuirassiers. Alright. Let's wait until... I'm gonna wait until the end of the month. That way, if we have something pop up on the 1st of the month, it might be one of these instead. 114,000. Where did that come from? War reparations, all the cash it can give me. And 4 years of truce. How's inflation right now? 4.13. And we can't mint all that much because of the lack of gold and silver. But because Havana, after kicking their ass, they love us. But they're still disloyal. What's Fondico rights? To build Fondicos. %, market attraction. Lifts market protection. Gain 30 opinion. Divert trade, not enough loyalty. Canada has become the Republic of Canada now. Canada doesn't belong to no man anymore. Okay, let's see who the next revolt is going to be now. 1st of September. Levante. Ligurian Patriots. Ah. You know, maybe that is why we lost some of our... Is that why we lost a local governor here? Because one of these revolts wouldn't have broken the road line to the capital. Because if it had broken the road line to Toledo, it would have broken the road line to Burgos too. And now that we got the local governor back in Toledo, that's a bit more green coming out this way. Some inland green to radiate out and hopefully meet the naval presence. And maritime presence is more or less excellent everywhere. More or less. Okay. We're not gonna do too much with these guys. They got no castles. So, they're easy. What's their army look like? Holy shit. 2,575 levies. Well, Northern Italians, these are your cousins, you got a clean house. That little only? We'll drop him down for a bit, and then we're gonna milk this little revolt as much as we can. So, as long as I'm here, who hasn't got their upgrade to 42,000? 3 artillery, 4 cavalry, 6 infantry. Army Q. We got 1 week. Oh, that's just to raise the levies. So, 6, 4, 3. 2 cavalry, 3 artillery. Two cavalry. And then musketeers are good, and let's give them 6 hunters. That's for him. Now these fellows over here just need 1, 1, 1? No, just 1 infantry. And then 1 shooty infantry. But if that's the case, if the grenadiers already have defensive, I'll sort it out when we get to that point. Just 1 infantry. And then 6 hunters. One, 1, 1. Now these guys need 1 infantry, 1 cavalry, more artillery. What did I build here? Okay. That's gonna be a whole lot of army though. So let's see how my navy versus land balance is looking value-wise. 0.44 in army size versus navy size. 0.10 versus 0.08. So it's gonna be catching up. My light fleet should all have all their escorts that they need. So if I want to do well, I guess I do gotta build more of an offensive fleet for overseas too. We have 85 heavies here. Let's split this in half first. $42 and $43 heavies. Let's build more 2-deckers. 25 two-deckers for them. And I'm not sure which one I built towards. We'll do 25 for now. Merchant bankrupt. From Kuskotin Market return home, a pauper losing every single ducat he's gone bankrupt will not receive benefits of his trade. Lose trade advantage in Kuskotin Market. Save him? Nah, it's just minus 9 years of less trade advantage. Who's bereft now? Genoa Market bereft of wheat. And that's halting the stud farm. They don't need that stud farm anyway. Well, that's basically all their dues. Let's actually disband these armies for now. These guys aren't doing anything to harm me. Oh, now they've shown up. After I disband my guys, they show up. They're smart. They were hiding out. Genoa's gonna siege down before I get there. 2 weeks. We'll see how 2 weeks do. Who's gonna get there first? Who's gonna get there first? We're not gonna get there. Genoa's fallen. Oh my goodness. More than 2 weeks to sail across the Mediterranean. Where's our currents? There, all we'll do is just let them stalemate here. We won't take anything from theirs, but we'll gut their armies and keep our lands unoccupied. $26,000. Let's build more transports. Frigates is transport, right? No, that's lightship. Merchantmen, that's right. All of our Nat Patriots. Minor Uprising. We could canonize now. We'll probably save that for the next generations. Algerian Patriots rose up. Mozambique Patriots. Two more army queues remain. 100 and several days. That's going to be a while. Queen's reputation tarnished. Some sort of propaganda text circulated the court about how Queen Margherita II d'Anjou is a ruthless warmonger. Excuse me. She hasn't had the chance to do war yet. We've been playing defensively with everybody else's revolts we gotta protect against. Embrace the reputation, might +2 antagonism, or lose stability. It's only 2 antagonism. Speaking of which, Spain. Lower an extra 13.76 antagonism of Spain. 0.25 wheat. Alright, so when's the next Senato? Always gotta check out on that. So not only are we craven, we're craven and indulgent. More expensive cost of court. But at least -5 life expectancy. We can't abdicate yet. It is gonna be rough because she's got her own kids. But for some reason, all of our children are ending up Hussite. So it's gotta go from her to the younger sister. But all of her kids are Hussite too. And then from younger sister... County of Sarata. How'd you end up in Sarata, a vassal of Poland? And I can't marry his kids out. But at least they're Catholic. He's got daughter, daughter, daughter. So this is going to be a very funky inheritance chain if I want to keep the Hungarians and Polish in our union. The Dodika was Spain, but there's still too much antagonism to make her end the coalition against me. Where could I see my antagonism? Because it's not like a set score. It's antagonism centered in certain areas. Antagonism received. This is more just like modifiers to it. Well, I guess if I go to their opinion, shared border -201, antagonism -1,821 from 562 antagonism. Okay. So we're probably not going to lose an antagonism anytime soon. They moved capital. Because we sieged down Hanabana. I guess Central Sabanike is more prosperous, or maybe I just wanted to switch their own capitals there. Let's see. 1917-8. I took 10 cavalry instead of more infantry. I am smart. Five infantry gave 12,500. 5 cavalry gave 5,000. Man, that way we could do like support group stuff for each other. .06. My lack of minting material is that awful. Arranged marriage. Hungary's opinion of us. Okay. Somehow that improves Hungary's opinion of us. Hungary is marrying a lot of our people, apparently. Railroad being built, a couple of burger railroads. More burger railroads. There's our railroads taking their time. Still taking our time over here. Because they're low on lumber. Well, they got plenty of available lumber and masonry. They were just digging into their stockpile. Oh, would you look at that? We got proximity now. It's no longer... Now that we've brought the railways to the mountains, they're actually connected to civilization now. Still building on that one, just taking a while. Taking a while over here. Let's get some railroad. We got railroads here too, right? You see the lions. We'll connect them out to the Red Sea. Railway going out here. And then from here, railway up the coast. That's your real Suez Canal. Still building this one. That's gonna finish in years' time. But then we'll get connection all going out throughout here. And let's see, 95,000. I guess we could build some roads going into the desert. Right now, they're completely disconnected. Okay, from Cairo, we'll build to here. And then from there, we'll head on down, circle it around. We're so very generous to our subjugated peoples, and even have a salute station over here. S1's not ours, but it should be. Though we could loop it over this way too. But that's alright, we got the most prosperous parts of Egypt. Where's the cats? They were making such a fuss earlier. They're napping as cats should be doing this time of day. Benedictus Deus. Okay. For pop conversion. Though I suppose while this is ongoing, while this war that I'm losing is ongoing, we could take the opportunity to do some wars against. But I shouldn't. I can do a crusade against Egypt, even with dozens of rebels over 95% progress. And so it's possible we could choose a target for the crusade, of which Mamluk is the only option. And because we choose a target, we get to do the war. This is basically the only way we get to do an offensive war of our own choosing. Except that they got that coalition against us going on. That's why I was trying to get some diplomats smoothing things over with Spain every once in a while to try to drop their antagonism a little bit at a time, but it's high. It's very high. Spain's not going to lose the antagonism they feel towards me anymore. And so, I don't mind so much. Tunis, Ottomans, joining up with Egypt. Spain has joined up with them before. That just means a chance to take more land from Spain, Tunis, Ottomans, as well as Egypt. And France isn't too bad either. France's kittens. We've very visibly taken a lot of land from the French. Except they're still aligned with Bohemia. Denmark doesn't matter because Denmark's Bohemia too now! And they're gonna call Bohemia in at the exact same time. They're gonna call them in as an ally. If France gets called in because of this coalition stuff, they will be a co-belligerent, and as a co-belligerent, they can call in their own allies. I'm ready to fight Egypt, and Ottomans, and Tunis, and Spain, and France. I'm not so much ready to fight Ottomans, and Egypt, and Tunis, and Spain, and France, and Bohemia. Bohemia is going to have to be the final boss. Somehow. Maybe I'll just have to be a big boy and take on the war here, the war there, and the war here. But now the split too much. Because Bohemia's got a whole lot of guys. They're rich, they're powerful. I would basically need a bulk of my army holding off the Bohemians. While some other groups patch things up at the fringes. We can't do it yet. That'll probably be our 19th century goal. To spit in the face of Bohemia. Four years ago, so this October we get Senato again. No more army queue. Algon demands extradition. Fuck off, Algon. I can't bear to look at the extra maps we keep on getting now. Because I thought that I was protecting the Pacific from colonization, and now they've gone Scottish, they've gone French. I can't bear to look. Three cavalry. Which infantry have they got? Yeah. Yeah. They have all musketeers. Oops, all musketeers. Is that really all the infantry we have there? 1, 2, 3. Gallop cavalry. Whoops. Look, numbers are hard, alright? So 1 artillery, 4 cavalry. Three cavalry. Yeah. And then 6 hunters. European infantry. Let's take 7 off of them. And we'll just find some other way to handle you guys. Navy queues. Almost done with these heavy ships. Who's attritioning? Just all these navies coming to join their buddy. Okay, so it's that one they were joining to. That's why I paused on my build orders for heavies. Because I thought it was for this one that I meant to build them towards, but they were still stacked together, these two. And so you will get 25 more heavies. And by 20, I mean 25. We'll build more transports to this one, so a capacity of 46,000, which means it could transport any of these guys easily. We'll do it in terms of 50 then. Merchantmen. Because in case they get caught, we want redundancy. That's a lot of boat! My navy maintenance is gonna be so high. And hey, Sonata time. Sonato needs to be all the way over here. This game trains you not to pay attention to the very far right of the bar, because the far right of the bar is things you don't care about. You don't care about things over here as much as over here because this is the stressful, oh shit, something's happening. So the right side is basically invisible. What should we do? Promote member of burgher, member of clergy, market expansion, Russia merchant 10 years for burgher trade capacity, forest exploitation, food stockpile, back the war effort. We don't have any war exhaustion right now anyway. Let's do promote integration. Increase our... nah. Focus on land? No. Merchant guild complaints? They've only got some very small stuff. There's no 20s anymore. Have they lost more power? 50% crown power? Burgers down to 22? I guess because of those value shifts that made plutocracy a lot weaker. Naval's at 98.5, innovative 93. Humanist 98, centralization 87 only somehow. Inward is 24.2 when it wants to go as high as 59. So that's cool. Got more crown power, a little bit more monthly control. Liberalism was pushing away from you. Royal court, tax assessor. That's just a building. Oh, because absolutism. Ruler general, favor the ruler. House of Parliament, give some towards liberal, no censorship, free press, open borders. High legitimacy is a minus 0.05. The more legitimate I am, the less liberal we are. Opinion of Saxony? Sure. Support communal values, of course. And there's not a whole lot more I want here, though. So that's... Sorry, merchant guilds. Sorry, trade advantage. It's only 0.05 anyway. Normally we love the guilds, I promise. And support communal values. This is a pretty rough Senato. Starting off with low support. And then there's very few things I actually care about, most are things I do not want. Change policy is minus 12 stability, no way. I prefer innovative, I prefer innovative, I prefer naval. Now my burgers hate me. There. Only half the commoner taxes. Why do I have army maintenance so high right now? There's no wars of importance going on. Oh man, white peace imminent. 500 days is plenty of time. We could hold off on doing anything with this war. More prestige and more support in the Senato. 71. It's a shame there's nothing that I want. Even if we get fabricate casus belli, we can't exactly declare war on Bohemia because of this hard lock there. There's no laws I want to change. All of my laws are ones I want right now. 71% is huge for Senato support, but everything else, I have no reason to change. Don't want to change gold and silver coins. Income from minting is a lot higher. Gold and silver used, minting threshold up. But I don't have enough gold and silver in the country to do a lot of mass minting. Gold coins only, gold impacts inflation, silver coins only, silver impacts inflation. Bullion, some people say I've seen, is a smart way to go. Copper and silver for coins. Minting threshold of +2 as opposed to the +3 here. I wish you would say what my current supply is, but I guess it can't because it's more of a market by market basis thing. Got a poor supply of cloves, poor supply of peppers. Balance of silver. So you gotta go market by market. So let's just go Napoli. If I'm gonna be doing my own minting, it's probably going off the capital market area. Hey, Dante WT, good evening to you. How's it going? There's Napoli. So 36.87, building up over here, 48.00. Can store 1471. Plus 48, plus 36. Demand is only 6.77 right now. Demand 6.48. So I should mint a little bit, just not so much that I start getting inefficient minting by completely destroying my local supply of gold and silver. Plus inflation's not too bad. And the deflation's pretty huge at this level regardless. Adds a following demand, 29.5, 29.5. Have I found a way to leave personal unions? You got dragged into a PU, getting screwed by wars and lands not connected? There is in fact a very quick and easy way to leave a personal union. And that is to change your inheritance law, assuming that the other personal union partner is not senior and isn't forcing their laws onto you. If they're not forcing their laws onto you, then the best thing you can do is some kind of elective inheritance. So, was it law or... I think it was law. Onyx, you're blocking the way, got a cat right in front of me. If you change your rights of the nobility to nobility electorate, move Onyx, kitty cat, go on. Then that gives you access to elective succession and dynastic elective succession, and personal unions completely fall apart on any kind of elective succession, because a personal unions only work so long as you have the same ruler, and with elective, you won't. So nobility elective would be perfect for you. And it's a pretty strong succession too. I was rocking it for a lot of the mid-game, going off dynastic elective succession, and I basically had the best cousins elected as kings each and every time. But I shifted away because I wanted to inherit Hungary. And it doesn't matter anyway, because at this point of the game, Hungary isn't going to be annexed until long after the end date of the game. But I'm keeping it anyway because I want to pretend that it's history that will happen after the game finishes. Saved your ass? Well, I'm glad to hear that, Dante. Enjoy the strongest succession type there is in the game. Minus 24%. And how much longer? Only been 59 days. I'm going to keep this rebellion going for at least a year and a half. And then occupy their capital. And then my people will start saying, well, now you're just bullying them. Sue for peace already. What do they want? Manpower? Amalanga. Goes against Bohemia, huh? They don't have much of any army though, so they wouldn't be a major threat to Bohemia. Where are they? Are they down here? The Czechs do have more. Yeah. So, maybe we could force the majority of Bohemia's armies to sail all the way down here. I don't know if they'll send the majority, but Paradox Game AI is like to do total war things where they send the entire full strength of their nation. So maybe if we give some support to Casimir here. Bohemia? What is it, Onyx? Onyx, you gotta find a place to be, baby, that isn't directly in front of me. Come here. Come here, Onyx. Ugh. What are you saying, Onyx? Are you saying that it's been 2 hours of stream already? I should take a break and give you attention? I think this boy wants me to give him attention right now. Don't you, Onyx? He's purring a bit more now that I'm holding him. His tail is swishing a whole lot more. You try to type with your tail, Onyx, and keep swishing on the keyboard. Oh, you don't like that? You don't like me tapping the song on your haunches? Here, Onyx, let me put you down, okay? I'm gonna make a decision about this event that popped up. Then I'll go on BRB, okay, Onyx? I'll go BRB and then give you some attention, okay? You just wait for now, Onyx. Couple of minutes, okay? If even that. Okay. Sometimes these they demand way too much money. But this is only asking for manpower and legitimacy. And if I refuse, I get 2.5 legitimacy back. So if I just keep saying no to the monetary ones, and yes to the take my manpower ones, then it should balance out for legitimacy. And I ain't gonna give him any amount of money, because he asked for way too much money. But manpower, I could hold almost 1.5 million at max 5 years manpower. Take it. And especially if it goes against Bohemia. But now, let's do a little BRB. Onyx wants attention, so I'll put the world map in its proper orientation. And then I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, Onyx. Let's go, baby. Alright, Onyx got his attention, so let's go back into this. We're making decent money by my standards, but definitely basically poverty for EU pros, this late in the game especially. Minus 24 rebelled against Italy. If only this was the first rebellion against. But there are so many in the queue to do. It's not going to be the first, it's definitely not going to be the last. Upper Egyptians maxed out. Lower Egyptians have ceased to want to revolt entirely. They are very happy with their situation here. Upper Egypt integration is 70%. So, my hope is for them. They have a minus 0.12 a month for the lack of integration. Religion difference, lack of Popnese, local unrest, burgers. So, if we fully integrate here into us, it won't be cored, but it'll be integrated, so that's 1 minus to go away. And then if we put one of our excess cabinet members to crack down on rebels there, it should give them a negative. In fact, they were enjoying a negative for a while up until things got a bit spotty for them. Cypriot Independence Movement. Now here's an idea. What if we do it this time? Because the last time we joined the Cypriot movement, every time we joined the Kiev independence movement to break them free of the Jolchid tribal kingdom, they sit on their ass for years and years until some nobody down here, be it Black Forest or Strasbourg or whatever, some of the tiny insignificant Germanys, decides to join in, and because they join in, then I get kicked out because they're in the coalition against me. And then their independence movement gets too small to work. And so I expected, okay, we'll join the Cypriot independence movement, whatever, it's never going to fire. And it does fire, but only when I'm all the way out overseas, I'm trying to do something against, what was it, Tsushima, Panama? But I think that since we've only got this very tiny revolt going, this very tiny rebellion, we could join them, and they likely will fire their independence, but it probably won't trigger the... Oh baby! Mason, he's really whacking away at his neck there. And crying. You got some flea irritation here, Onyx? Are the fleas especially bad here right now, baby? Here, you want to take over scratching? Onyx, you okay? You moving closer so I can more easily scratch your neck, Onyx? That's very considerate to you, but I was able to reach you at the edge of my desk. Oh, just like this better, baby? They got fleas somehow, so... It's okay, Onyx. If you want some relief, I can give you some scratches. Does this feel better, Onyx? He's practically melting into my hand right now. He's purring so much to these scratches. Oh, baby. You'll get more bath and flea combs, Onyx. I promise. I guess he's satisfied with those scratches because he went back to the edge now. And let's put a save here, because I kind of want to see that. My assumption is that because this will be Cyprus's war for independence, they'll have no reason to trigger the greater anti-Italy coalition despite our involvement. So, who are they allied to? Tunis and the Ottomans. So I want to get confirmation then that this will trigger a war with Egypt for independence for Cyprus, and that Ottomans and Tunis might get drawn in, but it shouldn't draw in Spain and France's ally of Bohemia. Oh, baby. Oh, you're crying to your dad. Mason is looking at you as he cries. Oh. So let's pick up. Let's say these guys will be the Egypt group. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then Tunis group will be here. In fact, let's do... We'll collect the Tunis group first. Because Tunis group just has to drop here, occupy a little bit of land. Rebel, ask for aid under the tyrannical rule of France. Manpower and more legitimacy drop. I'm only at 90 right now, so no. But I will help out if they want anti... 103, huh? Okay. 130. And we have capacity for 130. Alright. I still want to see mass embark. But that's too much to ask, Paradox. Oh, dropped a bit behind. Okay. 113 then. To be the... Where's their capital? Katsitia? To be the anti-Tunis group. $100 days, 400 more to go before it automatically white pieces and gives the foemen what they want. North Chacana asks for aid against the rule of Spain. Spain could hardly manage themselves. Sale of titles, gold is a sign of true worth. 40,000 and make the nobles more unhappy with me than they already are. By 15. We'll just get a little bit of satisfaction. So Tunis has 130,000 guys, but not too many regulars. So we'll send some over here, and the main group will stay here. Chilawango from independence from France. $195,000. They're asking the impossible. I'm getting so much legitimacy by saying no. Second Navy in Hababamana. 126k. Okay. That's all we can do for this crew. And 126,000 is going to be loads anyway. So what would I want to take then if we go against Egypt? We could do... I think Barca. If I had to take stuff from Egypt this time, we could take more of Barca. We would just have to take the capital. Which is, what level 4 tier? Level 4 fort with 1,000 guys on it. So, we'll sit here, kick Egypt's ass. Let's get these heavy ships over. Independence movement disbanded. Cyprus is fighting in a war together with Egypt. Aww. All this effort! Who are they fighting? Kanzi Noble Civil War. That's okay. At least this way, I'm getting my armies in a better position for the next times. Let's control around here. Let's put our guys... Because at 42k per stack, we do have a whole lot of people now. A lot more than we really need. So I guess we could put them in position to get ready for a blitz. A blitz on France, a blitz on Bohemia. I'm so used to Crusader Kings now. When I saw this, where it's simply the darker olive green here and the lighter olive green in the desert, I thought, wait a minute. When did I get a major revolt over here? It's just shadows being weird. I was trying to protect my cousins, they've all gone French and Scottish. No, Onyx. Onyx, baby, trust me. There's gonna be people here moving heavy stuff around. Those are things you don't like, baby. Onyx. Onyx. Where's our snacks? We still got cat snacks here, don't we? We should still have cat snacks. Onyx. Aw, Toasty knows what's up. Here, Toasty. I'm not gonna be like your grandma and give you guys an entire meal's worth of snacks. You get 3 pieces? Onyx. Here, baby. It's 3 pieces. Enjoy your snack, Toasty. Now you boys be docile. If we're gonna go against Spain, only 2 or 3 of these would be necessary. So let's move these guys up to the French border. And then I think 2 or 3 extra armies to hold down against Bohemia. For Bohemia, we would mostly... The primary objective, we would take Novara. But it's gonna be so expensive. Factionalism of the cabinet? Well... We gotta go with our own head of cabinet and our own sister. Sinibaldo, 90 diplomacy and 72 martial. He's an embezzler, so he'll never be king. Unsuited for army command, unsuited for naval command. Let me see something. Okay, there's been 3,000 drop frames so far, but otherwise the bitrate's been stable. Very cool. Forty-two, 42, 42. There. So if war ever breaks out with Egypt, we got 42,000 to go towards Barca. 84,000 combined here to hit the Mamluks where it hurts. Spain, I think it's sufficient. All these spare hunters here. These spare hunters were meant to join up with somebody else, I think, but I took them away. Who was in need of more hunters? This is all musketeers. Was it... Oh, these guys getting hungry here, were they? Hunters and musketeers. 1, 2, 3, 4 musketeers, 5, 6. And only a couple of hunters. Could sort them out later. And so now, with more armies and more boats, how's our naval land balance? Still 45. Army size is 0.1 now. Navy size 0.1. So army size and navy size balance each other out now. Got plenty of roads going around, but none going up here. Already building a rubber between. Okay, so it just hasn't happened yet. And let's also connect them. over here. Already building a railroad. Okay, cool, excellent. So just have to wait for them to be done. So the trouble is, it just takes a while to build out there. We'll make some connections this way. So many railroads. And how about Crete? Crete doesn't have any railroads yet. Crete has it so lucky. They're small, so there's not a lot of places to build railroads to and from. They're gonna have a complete interconnection. Sardinia lacks a railroad. Let's go from Cagliari up to Terranova. Without skipping the interior here. Just right next door is such a hard ask, apparently. Onyx, baby, you're kind of blocking me, little guy. Thank you, Onyx. Do you want my water or what? You just want to sit in front of me? Okay, Onyx. Are you going behind the computer now? Just be careful back there, Onyx. $34,000. And I guess Corsica could also have a railroad. That's the real reason that they've been revolting periodically. Is all they really wanted was a choo-choo. Why can't I click? Click? There we go. connects the railroad to there, which we couldn't afford to fully go all the way across earlier. Can't afford the money. Alright, that's enough train building for now. That's enough choo-choo-choo. Improving opinion on Bohemia. How's Bohemia's antagonism right now? Threatening rival minus 200? I don't really see antagonism. So that's the one thing we don't have to worry about with Bohemia. They were so big and mighty for so much of the game that there was no fighting against them. So we don't have to improve his opinion. France has antagonism though, don't they? Antagonism 2816, 879 antagonism. Let's try to shave that down. Erase 120 antagonism. Spain's got 569. Then I could shave away 11 antagonism. $243 days. Well, so for Spain, 42 to go for their capital and main guys, 42 against here. We'll put this other army down to support, because I expect that their core army should be around here. And then we'll move these guys on over to be the start of a new anti-Bohemia force. We of course won't put them up in the mountains, where it'll be too cold and too sparse for food, but we'll station them close by, so if we do end up in war with Bohemia, we'll have multiple armies of 42 ready to reinforce each other. $280 some days. Netflix. General Second Army. That is also going to be another thing, though, is that Paradox doesn't want you to have a whole lot of characters. On one part, it's a performance thing, because so many countries are going to have so many characters each. But they've also gone on record saying, well, we don't expect you to have enough characters to fill in every single army, every single navy, and your cabinet. And so if we got group over here, group over there, group over here, couple for France, let's say 4 or 5 for Bohemia, 3 on the Eastern Front, and then I guess you're the Western Expeditionary Force over here now. and Eastern Expeditionary Force. That's a lot of armies that are going to need commanders. And some of these guys have navies that, while they might not be as supremely powerful as mine, in concentrated areas, like if Egypt puts all their guys here at once, or if Spain and France and Tunis and Morocco bring all their navies together, they could actually pinch me pretty well. And so my navies are also going to need capable people if I don't want them getting burp sudden. If I don't want them getting butchered. I think how I'll do it is commanders for the armies will be most important. You guys can't see it, but Onyx is laying on top of my computer. And he's just hanging over the corner with his arms and head slouched down like this. Hey Onyx, say hello. You might want to cover your eyes, Onyx. There's all that light behind you, gonna try flash. Oh, I can see how dusty the inside of my computer is. Hey, Chillin' Chum. 7 stream streak, an entire week. How many channel points you at now? You could possibly actually redeem that rock band guitar and voice, was it? Guitar and mic? Remember, Mace, when you bullied me into making that a real redeem and not just a meme one? Chair keeps on sinking again. Come on, chair. Come on, chair. What's Egypt doing all the way out here? Careful, Onyx. Your butt is moving my light around. 262.3 thousand. Damn. Clearly, I need some actual attractive channel point redeems now. What should I do? More sound commands? But sound commands, I'm pretty sure, on Twitch take up my 200 alert allowance that they give for native Twitch alerts. Could do more sound commands, though. Military Tactics, 0.25. How's Egypt's war going? Yeah, more of those. Kanzi Noble Civil War. Okay. It's only down... They would have been able to easily do this if I didn't take so much of the Nile from them. Kanem Empire's looking pretty cool. Mali Empire's pretty compact. Republic Moyen Ogowe. That means that they have independence from Spain now, don't they? Yeah, they got no overlord. Now there's just a giant independent Spanish polity in Central Africa. Morocco's all the way down here, so clearly they've chewed over this way. I might have pinched in Mali, but this looks like Mali over there, so I think they just hopped over. The map remains hidden. Nobody wants to tell me. Let's see. Molly has a dislike for me. Does all that equal 173 minus 10? Yeah, 60, 63. That's only 23 antagonism. We could destroy that. That'll be down to 110. Let's make him happy with us. We don't need to, but there's no harm in it. Where's my Adju crew? Over here. They've only got 9,000 guys. Piratey flag? They've turned into pirates? $400 days? Okay. I do have 100 days left to go on this. But I'm not going to take any time risks. Freedom on paper. We guarantee rights. We guarantee certain rights for population, even the lower class. Our country is still riddled with abuses of power from the upper class against their perceived lessers. Heavy taxation has only increased the peasants' burden, and complaints about our inaction has rapidly increased. Minus 10 satisfaction. But they're fine. They're still at 94. With an equilibrium of 93. Burgers are up to 43 now. It's a long climb to 101 though. Look at how much money they have. I could try to bribe them, but they already have so much to spend. Clergy absolutely adore me. And so their satisfaction gives more research progress and diplomatic reputation. Nobles are alright. At 55%. Some prestige, some counter-espionage. At 43%, we get a penalty to trade advantage and efficiency. Commoners, satisfaction advantage. Better food production, levy recovery, stability cheaper. And tribes, raw material and food production. Cool. I was reading on Reddit, and with this new system, Tunisians have a fight going on too. There, and that eliminates the 500-day automatic white piece. There's actual real hyperinflation in the game now because of the way they changed control and tax. Because how it used to be is if there was money that you lost from lower control, it just vanished from the game. And of course people complain, well, where's that money going to? It's gotta go somewhere, right? Bohemia is getting pockmarked with nobles. And so now, if I understand it correctly, money lost from a lack of control goes to the estates that have more control, more power in that area. And so the money doesn't actually leave circulation. And so that's why you now have burghers with 785,000 ducats. And only gaining more and more. 300,000 for the nobility. 730,000 for the clergy. 635,000 for the commoners. And that's just for Italy. And so because money no longer leaves the economy from lack of control or building or whatever else, a lot of people who are playing fresh campaigns on this patch are experiencing situations where their estates will build buildings that require tools and lumber and whatnot, But they end up in a cycle where, because there's so many buildings going on, they physically cannot build anything, and so everything gets stalled up, and because everything is stalled up, the economy goes into a spiral because no buildings are actually getting completed. And so instead of the abstracted inflation that you have over here, where number goes up, things get more expensive, number goes down, things are cheaper again, there's actual hyperinflation now. And so, because of that, people's economies in newer games are just completely going down the sink because they cannot keep up with how much money everyone has to spend. Which is pretty funny. Shifting from abstracted inflation to real inflation. Cypriot independence movement again? Okay. First, we'll do a vote. Not that vote, this vote. Now let's put a save down, because my assumption is that because we'll be helping the Cypriots out, then Egypt, when Cyprus and us go to war against Egypt, it shouldn't trigger the anti-me coalition that includes Egypt, Ottomans, Tunis, Spain, France, and because France would be a co-belligerent to the anti-me coalition, pulls in Bohemia, it should just be me and Cyprus against Egypt, and then maybe Egypt's allies in Ottoman and Egypt's allies in Tunis. That's what I want to see. But it's a guess if it works that way, so... Gotta put a save down in case experimentation doesn't go the way I think it goes. Gonna be nice to give less tax for myself if it means under 50% tax for the commoners. What is gone fully Scottish? I don't think it's possible for me to preserve the Pacific from European colonization, because eventually they're going to get colonial range plus whatever, and it'll just be one little hop, and then they could just spread throughout like a disease like they already have. So maybe what I could do, especially since now the new rules for colonization doesn't require completely erasing the local population with your own, is what I could do is I could colonize a place, and then when that place gets colonized, instead of saying, I want to make a colonial nation here, I could just say, I'll think about it, leave it as my own for now. And then we can go into the diplomacy window, and then create a subject, historical subject, heirs towards those titles, with those primary cultures. And I don't know if Paradox has cared enough to put... I mean, I guess this is showing me things that would be available to me to release, and not all the releasable countries in the world. So I think I could do it that way then. And hell, at least that way get an actual country instead of just shitty SOPs. Colonize a place, then create a historical vassal, or the countries that should exist with them as their primary cultures, and then either hold on to them so they grow under my protection and spread themselves, or release them. You know? That might be the more fun way to do it. Especially since it no longer requires completely painting over the local SOP culture with your own culture. You just have to be enough of a majority. I think that'd be a whole lot more fun then. Paint enough of your people to get the land as owned by you, and then create historical subjects so that instead of just being like Neapolitan Italians all over the world, instead of doing the old bit where you don't have a flag, we take you over, we can give them their own flags and have them be local governors for me. Them as local governors for me is what I like a whole lot better too. Like when I was playing Crusader Kings 2 a lot, making mega vassals all over the world, I would put local governors of at least a local culture group, and if I could, religion group. And that's a whole lot more fun. That's a whole lot more interesting. After all, I'm only half European on great-grandpa's side, on dad's side, and that's southern Italian anyway. Calabria's escaping from Italy because it's getting too fascist after World War I. So, it's not even like we're the colonizing type of European anyway. We're the subjugated, trying to escape from subjugation type of European on that side of the family. At least on the Italian side. Grandma's side, I think she said was Swedish, and by way of the salts. And we know that from her side of the family, on the Swedish side, from Grandma, it was actual, like, Confederates fighting for the Confederate in Arkansas, then wagon train going out, Nebraska, and then Nebraska out to California. So, alright, on Grandma's side, we do have the colonizing type of European. I got most of what the Roman Empire was. What do I mean not colonizing? Oh, this is it. This isn't colonizing, because, you know, Europe wasn't kumbaya with each other. Europe at this point in time, across this time span of the game, was a whole lot of warlords and all these little countries fighting against each other. I mean, heck, it ends about Napoleonian times. And then even beyond the time frame of the game, you have that funny little Austrian try to do another Reich. This is just what Europe does. Europe is a whole bunch of petty warlords who have throughout history tried to dominate over each other. But yeah, see? Sultanate of Cyprus declared war, and because the because it's not our war, it's Cyprus's war, we don't have to worry about the anti-me. So no anti-me coalition. Onyx baby, your bottom has knocked over my lights. Try not to bump things onto somewhat expensive monitors, Onyx. This might not be an ultra-wide 5000 DPI whatever monitor. But I haven't got the cash to buy more monitors, Onyx. Okay. Let's get some army maintenance in. We're still gonna keep this war going. Because even after doing things with Egypt, I'm gonna want to prevent all these other things from firing too. So, we'll wait for a bit for morale to build up, I think. Yeah, Cyprus gets to be the war leader, so it's gonna be nice and easy for us. And they haven't even called in their allies. Barca's in because that's one of their subjects. We'll have to wait for October of next year to abandon allies. And we won't be able to do a separate peace with Barca because they're an underling of Egypt. So we'll just have to march on over, take over bits, march on over, take over bits, wait for a year. Oh, right, Egyptian Navy. Let's get my heavies on over here. Where's the rest of my heavies? I did bring them over, didn't I? I did not, in fact, bring them over. Well, you sit in Gaza. They shouldn't be doing too much against me, but they might because I am the bigger target with plenty of boats around. As far as reaching Ethiopia goes, I think I'm quite alright with Lower Nile. Everything from Aswan up to the Delta. Though I should take Aswan too. But if I want to take Aswan, I gotta take that castle first because that's their capital. It's only a level 2 fort. There it is, Onyx. That's the giant truck with strangers to you, bringing giant heavy things in and out. That's the reason you're up here, Onyx. As soon as they're done, I'll let you out, okay? So, my purpose in this war. Maybe take up to Barca. Just to get some coast around here. That's only 12. It's cheap enough around here that nobody cares about me taking Barca. And I guess we'll get this bit too. And that bit. Partially to paint this my color. So it looks a bit better. And then I could put railroads out here. We could put railroads throughout the desert. We're making things better for the people out here. And then we'll take Aswan area. Which I think is as far as here, then that's some other parts. Aswan and that. Should I get more Red Sea coast? We can get Red Sea coast here and here. And then we could build a train down that way and then put a castle over here. Train over here, put a castle. That'd be a very sexy looking Italian Egypt. And then it's Nubians and Bedouins. Which means I probably won't have to worry about Lower Egyptian revolts. Is something I tried to avoid because when Lower Egypt tries to rebel, even if it says zero culture supporting, the Mamluks still do. I think they probably get an event or something that they say yes to because hell yeah they'll support and join up with when the war fires. Upper Egyptian, I don't know. There's no countries that have this as their primary culture. So I probably don't have to try so hard with the integration of Upper Egypt and trying to raise control over here. Because Lower Egypt, that's the Mamluks. And Lower Egyptians are so cool with me now, they don't even want to rebel anymore. We've made them a tolerated culture. We have the naval governor in Damietta. And so there's plenty of proximity, plenty of control. So I think this is doable then. Spend a year, kick an ass, kick an ass, kick an ass. Take the capital over here so you could ask for it in war. Take the capital over here so you could ask for it in war. And just this is already only 12 wars, only 12 total cost of peace. It is nothing. Nobody cares about me taking these pieces. So, should I take? There's Medina over there. Al Jaf. Al Sibiha. Mecca. I could maybe take Gulf of Aqaba and more Red Sea dominance. But I think I'm okay with the Western Red Sea, just taken up to here. Though should I take Subakin too? $14. We've already got a castle over there too. That'll probably paint this my color, and that's the important thing, as we all know. Nubians, Hijazi. Alright, okay. Oh yeah, let's paint it down there then. We'll paint it down to here. Take a bit more of the Nile, a little bit more Red Sea coast. And then we have our fleet over here to maintain some more Red Sea coast presence. And then we'll just have to continue build up for eventual fight against France Bohemia. It's probably going to be the closest thing we got to a proper world war for this game, because France is in coalition, Spain is in coalition. But if we just focus on Bohemia by way of Novara, but we can't do it by way of a parliamentary casus belli on Novara because we got too many rebels above 95 and won't let us do it. I was thinking if I just focus on Novara and thus Bohemia, we could just take Novara while keeping Bohemia out, while maybe taking a bit of France, but I have to go by way. The only option I have for an offensive war here is by way of declaring a crusade for Egypt, for Philistine. That's the only possibility. Because when we have the proper... When we have the papal bull that allows crusades, we could choose a target of vote, as long as we don't have a truce with Egypt. And then by attacking Egypt, we'll attack the coalition, and so it'll be Egypt, Ottomans, Tunis, Spain, and France will be a co-belligerent, so, and Bohemia. We're prepping with these guys over here to keep Egypt and Ottomans busy. These guys over here to keep Tunis busy. These guys over here to keep Spain busy, keep France busy. We just gotta do build-up to placate Bohemia. We'll hit them in the Alps, we'll hit them in Dauphine. We got plenty of favors with Poland and Hungary. So we'll make absolutely damn sure that they'll busy Bohemia's eastern flanks here. and hopefully distract a good amount of their armies. So if I want to take Novara and maybe Dauphine, then I'm going to need to do World War here. Bohemia looking like Germany. That's one of the truths of Europa Universalis 5, Chill and Chum, is that forget the big blue blob, forget the HRE, forget any other final boss of Europa Universalis. It's Bohemia. Bohemia is the ultimate king of Europe in EU5. Also, still a kingdom. Big global empire. Pan-Mediterranean kingdom. But as long as the HRE still exists, can't form empire. The Pope loves us. We're a great power. We juggle between the number 1 great power and the number 2 great power. Right now we're the number 2 great power. The Pope loves us, so he'll give us permission. We have 5 times in excess total population. We got 5 times in excess population of primary religion. We got nearly 3 times in excess primary or accepted cultures population. We only need 1 and we exceed them all. We got more than 70 prestige. Not anybody else's subject. But there's a papal ban on empires. Blocks a country from increasing their country rank to empire, as long as the Holy Roman Empire exists. I would have to either spend the next 100 years completely devouring Bohemia, which is not going to happen, or stop being Catholic. And that's not going to happen. We're good Italians. I didn't put anybody down yet. That's okay. We'll get a group to go down afterwards. Banu Khans has 6,000 soldiers only. So, Egyptians, how would you like more land of your own? $7,000, 6,260 tribesmen. Italy lost. Wait, what? We lost, except we stole their boat. Okay. These are way too many boats than I should have in one stack. And that makes it so much slower. Onyx, if you want to groom yourself and not knock over my light, you should step off my computer. You like that it's warm on your butt, don't you? Ferruccio Marinas looking pretty good, 75, 44, 98. I shouldn't do too much against Egypt right now. I do want the war score, but if I kick their ass too hard, Cyprus might end the war early. So I gotta be measured in my support for Cyprus. Oh, that's a lot of guys down here. Let's all meet in Kus. They're coming up towards Kus. Okay, we'll meet in Baliana then. Better yet, you just come on up. You meet these guys up here. You're going too far ahead. We'll go to Tana. There's plenty of castles there for them to get through, so they gotta... Oh. These guys are gonna get caught. And I can't drop them because there's a nearby enemy army. Well, they'll hold them off. He's gonna be very brave. And now that morale is maxed, $70,000. Battle of Kus. Banu Khan's actually lost. I suppose we did have the castle there to help out. They held the line. Siege specialist. What's Egypt doing? They trying to come up this way? No. They're just stopping over there. Siwa looks to be the last bit of Egypt. Well, that far west wouldn't be Egypt, would it? That the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt still holds. I mean, at this point, they might as well just call themselves the Mamluk Sultanate and chop off the of Egypt part. Though I guess they got vassals in Libya, vassals down in the Upper Nile. But they're essentially a very fancy rump state now. And so when I do crusade for Egypt for Philistine, of which only northern Philistine remains, maybe I'll put them out of their misery. The primary objective will, of course, be defending against Bohemia and hopefully taking bits of Navarra out of them. What's this? What's this? Hey, Levante has got 852 guys here. Cute. $200. Just 200? I got transportation boats here. They have one transportation boat here. One little transport against 100. Maybe we'll catch them before they drop their soldiers. There. Oh, but they're still up! Privilegiare di Ponente. Oh, it's these guys is wise. But now, while these folks are together, 81,000 would take us one. And then just hold fast there. Kanaki. Getting the flying battery does not make me feel better about the Scots sneaking through. Spanish, whatever, that's historical, but we got Scots and French colonizing the Pacific now. That's okay. We got strategies for the next time. To figure out how I want to game the colonial system of the game to make a somewhat more independent world than this. That'd be kind of fun to, like, somehow completely dominate the colonization while maintaining historical vassals, so it's the local dominant culture and all that as their own country and not just shitty SOP, and beat everybody else out to it, so there's only like minimal colonization and everyone else actually gets to be present on the map. You'd have to rush it a whole lot. That would be fun, actually. A campaign goal where you just try to do a positive spin on colonization, where you rush out, you claim a whole lot of land, and then you say, quick, here's a flag, quick, here's a flag, quick, here's autonomy, quick, here's sovereignty. Now the next campaign I'll do, I probably will try to do, instead of colonies everywhere, historical vassals. Though, you do want to diversify your subject types, because colonies only measure their strength among other colonies, vassals only measure their strength among other vassals, and so on, so on. But hey, I could just do like here and keep everybody at 0 loyalty up until the Age of Revolutions, and then hey, if I gotta get rid of them, they get their own flag, they get to be their own actual primary culture people, and not just the world and Neapolitan. That could give me a reason to actually care about colonizing the Americas too, then. They got 108,000 soldiers of their own. They're probably going to spread out their armies more than not, so I'll still keep these guys close together. But for these other armies of mine, we do now have flying artillery. So let's get upgrades every place where I can. I know, flying artillery in 1767. Bohemia is going to be so surprised when we come in here with Skynet. We can still upgrade here, because they owe us the manpower. But we'll upgrade these ones after the war. We don't gotta take down all these towns, but it helps my food supply. How many more boats does Mamluks have? 98? 47 of which are heavy? I wonder how much of that is split between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. Because they don't have too much. They're running out of coastland. Bastia? Oh. They managed to sneak a guy in there after all. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, they got some war score now then. Who's not building? Is it more sand? Wheat in Genoa. Eh. Italy has won. No surprise there. And that should be the last of their folks. Yep, no armies again. Just a trio of boats. Trio? It says 3, but I count 4. Galley, heavy transport. Currently raised ships. Cyprus coming in after. They're going down. They want to take that bit of Siwa. No. You know what that means? That means I can't claim Siwa for myself. And they're gonna get there before me. Here, attach to me, Cyprus. Don't you do it, Cyprus. Don't you do it. Oh. I think it worked. I think the ploy... No, they're going back down. It was just doing the funky thing that the graphics of this game does, where they start marching down, and before they move, they go back up, and then they go down. Liberated. Because it's all mountainous here, maybe I'll leave it be. And the next time they get plenty 10 prestige and free trade, okay. Relations with our colonies have been on shaky grounds for a while. I didn't finish reading it! Aww. That's fine, either way can't do anything. Alright, I got prisoners here. Here's what I'll do. Do I have any transport? Patriot donation. 3 more 2-deckers. Oh, they made it through just in time, though. It's only 960 folks. We got castles, it'll take them a while. Just gotta make sure I don't forget. And those 1,000 Egyptians are gone. Can't march that way. We got zone of control over here. Level 4 forts, level 4 forts. my transports. Galleys and heavies. One over here, one over there. Okay. Let's get... I'm fine with this grouping over here, so they don't need all my transport ships over there right now. We'll pick these guys up. And then we'll release them close to Spain to help drop their antagonism. Occupied by Cyprus. You sure you don't want to give that one to me? I'll take care of it a whole lot more than you will. That was part of my whole campaign plan and everything. Oh yeah, I had guys down here too. Forgot about that. That they're not just holding the fort. I kind of feel now that I have to take over... There's not too much down here that I want, and Cyprus has to go through me first. More prisoners. Okay, let's move these prisoners down. To be picked up in Katya. They're not even being nice enough to switch it over to me. Level 4 fort. Okay. We'll sit over here. Just slowly make our way forward. More prisoner? More prisoners. They're going to try to steal Barky from me. I know your plan. I see what you're doing here. Do I yet have the advance that allows me to skip zones of control? That's what I'm currently on. Napoleonic Warfare. Ignore zone of control for yes. So not yet. What do we got here? Transports only. And there's some actual Egyptian ships. 20 heavies? Let's see about those heavy 20s. Wait, but we caught one of theirs. We lost, but we caught one of theirs. I don't mind losing like this then. And then 31 Egyptian boats, but mostly transports. Speaking of which, things still going smooth over here. And money is lush right now, so let me see about clearing out some of these mustard stains. Where's my road going out to these mountains? Okay. Sicily's looking a whole more green. Tunis is looking nice. Sardinia's got so many more roads to build. How about more up here then? This isn't to a major benefit to me, I just want to make more choo-choos. There was no reason for Greece to be this tightly connected, but I got the cash to burn anyway. Alright, that's enough. That's enough railroads. And that's most of my money for railroads anyway, that's my budget. My roads here are all done. If we take a little bit more over here, just for the sake of the railroad. Embark. 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 He's hunting after my, He's hunting after my light ships. Is that more of his heavies? I bet you it is. Yeah. The coward! Well, luckily, every single light fleet of mine comes equipped with 5 heavies of their own. So we can bully them for a little. Or they finish the fight already. Here. Just have you guys hide away for a little. Where's the rest of my heavies? 97 over here. I really should be better about... See, I already intended to split up my my fleets here. But there's all sorts of other stuff I had to do too. He's coming up this way, it seems. And this guy is trying to intercept them. Admiral, 28th Navy. Gotta get him. Popped all the way out there just to hunt one of my light fleets and then go all the way back home. That's not a very efficient use of his time. Where is he going? You're going the wrong way around, buddy. Oh, they pitted their guy and left. I didn't have to get... Didn't have to smack him off anyway. Some guys remaining. Wait for the morale, not this morale. 2 different morale bars. One the overall army morale, one the morale for assaults, we'll say, the assault morale. Minus 49 still. Come on, S1. I could try to siege. It won't be my people if we siege it down. Though speaking of, somebody is trying to sneak on behind. Medina? And that's why I put star forts in places. These poor Hungarians and Poles are just stuck over here, basically. They're not doing anything there, but they're just consuming my food, basically, is all they're doing. Okay, this should be close enough. Lose 0.01 antagonism, centered on Marbella. Lose 0.21 antagonism. Okay, the Medina army has left. I guess the Cypriots scared them away. Cyprus is so lucky to have us on their side. There. Minus 0.21 antagonism. And then kill him. Hey, who's got more prisoners? Oh, I can't ransom him out? I can't ransom them out now. What, have they been too recently ransomed? Okay, we'll just put him here and have him disappear when the war ends. That's people that they cannot use. In this war, at least. $1,000 peoples. Look at them sneaking away. Just as we got in there, nooping around my dragnet here. 15 Egyptian heavies? Important thing is, they're not getting through this blockade. Well, they just got through. They're not coming westwards through my blockade. I did put railroads all the way down, right? Railroads all the way down to Idfu. Railroad lines going on both sides of the Nile. So many railroad bridges. Oh, lack of money. Are they gonna come down to help over here? Or are they gonna come up to steal more land away from me? I should probably also build more steelworks. Built a whole ton to be able to support building all these railroads. But it's also just good money. In this era, everybody needs and wants steel. So let's see, has it been over a year yet? Don't crash on me, game. Trying to sue for peace here. Come on, let me at him. Let me at him. So +8 for this so far. Okay. It's not giving me the too soon. It's telling me you don't have enough war score to ask for all these. Cool. Which we'll get more of pretty soon. $700 defenders, 800. Okay, Akka is done. Which also means that should be my 10th war score, right? Ah, not until October. So I can, but I can't. But at least I know that I have enough war score. So let's send these guys on down to help out. this very busy network of forts up in the Alps. Basically their only reason for existence. Oh, they got down there fast. Railroads are no joke. I was looking like, alright, where are they? They started marching. Like, for that few span of time, they should have been around here. And the train just got them all the way down into place. See, stealing more stuff from me. More stuff that should have been my stuff. Come on, Cyprus. I'll take them the next war then. And it's almost October 2nd anyway. Parliament was 2 years ago, so we gotta wait for that one. You know, I probably should move those levies out of the way if I'm going to assault, come to think of it. Levies don't do very good with assaults. Let's put them down over here. Oh, they can't go through the desert? No, we gotta take over this bit first. Well, if they're moving, then they're not contributing to this. Getting more proper kills in. Tick, 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 tick. 140 guys. I feel like I should close the game and reopen it, since it's getting to the stuttery point again. There's something wrong with this event. They're asking us to extradite their own cabinet member back to themselves, but he's over in Ogan. He's not in Napoli. October 6th. Now just this. Here, let's put a blockade on this then. 5 against 4. So, that's why it's taking a long while to go. But we could chop down their defenders 100 at a time. So if we choose to sue for peace separately, which I do want to do before Cyprus gets her hands on things. 37? I can still do so much then. Just gotta get Barca. It's a little bit of a race, because for all I know, Cyprus could take their war score and run. Damn, levies, not a single loss among them. Unled levies on their own. Take these. Come on, Cyprus. Cyprus. How could I ask you to flip it my way? Imagine if you could, because there were times like Hungary's helping me out in my war. but because they occupy something I can't ask for in the peace deal, and because they're holding on to it, they're ignore zone of control. Seven guys left. Okay, there we go. Dab. Wait, no. Dab is down there. 7 people. Just give me one little bit. There we go. Crown of Barca, Scepter Barca, Throne of Barca, Sword of Barca, the Dull Storm. Okay. So let's see then, Egypt. We could take as far out as here now. Barca will cease to exist. We got 77 prestige already. Transfer Barca from Egypt to Italy. Is there more to Barca? They should cease to exist by now. Transfer Mecca and Medina. It's only 2.4 and 9.25, so we could in fact become owners of Mecca and Medina. We're not gonna, but we can. I don't care about the cores. I think that just gives them easy Casus Bellis on me, but because they're so tiny, it doesn't even matter. Treated with Georgia. They have slaves? Release all Italian slaves. Pay me war reparations. And then give me your lunch money. As much lunch money as we can get. How much more to get? 15,000 max? 15,000 max is alright. I'll just take 7,000. 7,000. Land here, land there, land over here. Nobatia. Macuria. Nah. Although, the Nile does go more down that way than this. This is just nothing. Because we got a swan over there. So if I do want to get the Nile too, it's zeros. He doesn't care about me taking all this. That adds nothing more, so the same +1. -6. To follow the Nile further down and get some Red Sea coast. I'm going to be foolish. I'm going to do it. It'll make up for Cyprus holding here and here, and thus keeping me from coloring in here, 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 and here. That should be my coloring. We're still getting war reparations off them, so 3,000 to get all this land is fine. All that for helping Cyprus in their independence war? And, good luck now, Cyprus. We've weakened them for you, you got this now. Oh, look at that Italy. Look at that sexy Italy getting some more Red Sea coast. Some more Nile access. Okay, let's extend your range of patrol now, because now you gotta cover all the way down here. We got no presence. You're still patrolling? No. We'll send you back on patrol, except now we got over here to do too. Let's have you cover around here. You'll do Eastern Mediterranean around that bits. It's a big area, but I know you can do it. And then we'll adjust your course to cover south of Cyprus, or south of Crete, I mean. We'll keep you south of Crete. To here. But I think what I'll do is put another guy over here. Small little zone. We'll extend this one to cover this area. And then just have another one dedicated wholly to Sicily. Okay. Now you guys have to hide away for a bit. Let's get you back on patrol. Some are bigger, some are smaller, it's fine. Maybe Sicily will double up around Tunis Point then. So let's get some more boats in here before I BRB again. Frigates. One for you, and one for you. We'll put that on later. Park you over here for now. And I think we'll just put these guys on over here. And levies. Gotta drop all those levies of ours. What's this button? Raise all levies in Napoli. Select rally point and raise all levies. Okay. So. Mamluks are basically kittens now. Will, how to put it, idle one army in Hebron, another in Katya, and we don't really need this guy to protect against Barca anymore, so let's put you. We'll just put you in Mahala. Bit of a central position, so we could react with you when necessary. Spanish stuff, one guy nearby to attack for Sevilla and interact with the main army. One stack over here to do central and northern campaign and follow up with each other. France is super easy, Bohemia we gotta build up. The build up, I think, for Bohemia is gonna be the next thing. So, look at these news. England lost their colony of Canada, now they're independent. Spain lost their Central African colony, now they're independent. Rosvi, Kingdom Rosvi, you're local to the area. No other colonies of, so. Still, they've lost a few, we've held on to ours. But for now it has been a couple of hours, so. Good news is we got more of the Pacific map opened up. The bad news is because there's Scottish and French and Spanish now. Italian would have been a compromise. Independent Canada, it's true, Chillin' Chum. Onyx's ears are poking behind my monitor. They don't belong to anybody. Annulled treaties with England until 1778. They got no overlord. Creating Casus Belli on Cahokia. Destroy enemy Casus Belli. Conquer cost for attacker 0. Subjugate cost 0. Declared us as their rival, we definitely have a cause to fight them. Where could I get Casus Belli like that? Bohemia's my rival. Destroy enemy. What's with this bar across the bottom now? Did they do something with the UI? Okay, destroy enemy is show superiority, but there's 0 cost for everything. Hegemon Ultimatum. Take the enemy capital province. Now, that means going all the way to Prague. All I want with Bohemia is to reclaim Novara for Italy, because this was one of those things where early in the campaign, it was still early EU5, and so as HRE leader, Bohemia was able to just take any land they want, and so they took land all over the place, and would either hold it directly, or make vassals of their own. We were able to actually steal a bit here and there from Bohemia in our Italian campaigns, but now they are so mighty that we basically have to do World War to get just Novara alone and maybe Dauphiné. Imperialism, Casus Belli. Look at that. Minus 75 conquer and subjugate cost. We would still have to take the enemy capital. Imperialism CB. So that's why people keep on saying then, wait until Age of Revolutions, wait until Age of Revolutions. If you're not carrying a Frankenstein's monster patchwork of updates over one campaign from launch, you won't have 3,100 capped out rebels that could actually do wars of your own. And if you could do wars of your own, you could do the Imperialism Casus Belli. How easy is it for us to take Paris? We've done it many times. How easy is it for us to take Spain? We've sieged our capital down. If we didn't have all these rebels, we could actually realistically do Imperial CB, erase Spain, erase France. That's basically what they want you to do. They want you to survive to the end, and then use Imperialism CB to eliminate your remaining European rivals. If you could withstand their alliances, coalitions, whatever. And especially with the Napoleonic Wars advance that allows us to ignore zones of control. So, if we've crushed their army, we could just march all past their capitals till we get to France, sit on France, boom. The only thing we need is the spies, the 20 spies. Requirements never for hegemonic ultimatum. Well, now we know. Now we know for the next time, but first, there's a map in the proper orientation. There's the BRB screen. And if all the heavy work is done, then Onyx is gonna be the happiest cat in the world, and I'll let him outside. So I'll be back in a few. I was also gonna make myself some more tea, so... Got myself some more tea. And because the fridge has already been moved, the cats could enjoy being outside again. And because we were taking stuff out of the fridge, I thought that this was being saved for later. This is something my sister got for herself ages back, and then decided, I want it after all, so it gets to be mine now. Get to enjoy a bit more of my lifeblood today. Covered in dust from being in the fridge so long, though. So let's see. We still have this war ongoing. First, rebellion against Italy, which is basically just a bunch of uncles around Genoa. We could bring it to a close, but I don't know who is going to be next, and I don't want to know who is going to be next. So, our next objective will be preparing for the eventual world war with Bohemia. I have enough guys for Spain. I have enough guys for Tunis. I have enough guys for Egypt and Ottomans. We just gotta build these guys up properly. What I'll probably want is a couple of groups to take through France. Man, I don't even have to worry about zones of control anymore. Which also means these forts are worthless too. Couple of people for France, and then let's say one to stay behind and maintain things in the Alps, because you do tend to have people who like try to weasel on through here. But we'll have multiple good stacks. And these three will stay close together. We're not gonna fall for any bait and get split up. DA, Gratia, Rex. Food access from Cyprus. You know what? Sure. We'll give them food access. We were helping them out. We kicked the Mamluks' butts for a bit. Then took my ball and left. Oh, Barca still exists a little bit over there. That's why we could have asked to transfer Barca over to us, and then this would be mine. So there's one bit of Barca, and one final bit of Egypt. Fazan belongs to who? To Morocco. Okay. Oran is almost 100%. Huesca is 90% Catalan. So let's move you on over to appease estate. 0.1 recovery. We could make the burgers slightly happier. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. More Catalan, fewer Aragonese, and then soon we'll start devouring the Castilian. Guess Catalayad's alright too. So switch you on over. Basque will permit to stay. It's a Catalan, just making absolutely sure I did it correctly. Alright. And we got more Tunisians here because Tunisians are cool with us, and so Tunisian majority areas will not be as likely to rebel against us. Zanati will, Kabyle will. Scratching my elbow really quickly. $77's alright for Campania. So let's do Neapolitan in Emilian lands. Ferrara, you ready to become proper Italian? And then every place you colonize just gets a pure, smooth color, because the default colonization at the launch was just paint your people over their people. Now it only requires a percentage of the local population to be your people, so there's a higher chance now, I guess, to kinda have a bit more diversity. The world's become a whole lot duller. Castilian being the primary people of Central Africa, Czech and Neapolitan. Hey, there's some Tamil there. Primarily Neapolitan and French in Madagascar. Okay. Conscription Center. For a bit more manpower. Over the, what is it, 15 here? 20, so an extra 5. An extra 5 per conscription center. Who's this? Kiev again? No, Diagratia Rex. Didn't I vote? I didn't vote yet. A look outward. We're 47 inward now. Properly 47 inward. Cabinet influencing is a plus 38. So, even if we got rid of the cabinet pushing towards 58.87, it would still be plus 0.2. And so we get to keep our inwardness. Get to keep more crown power. 0.23 monthly control right now. Our thinkers, taking the cue from the government's relaxed attitude to these things, have started taking an interest in those who are not like us, those who speak a different language or live in another country. These ideas will help them when it comes to dealing with these people. More prestige, and then felt hats. Mayagna Aspirade against France. It's money. I'm not giving some... It could be a one location colony for all we know. But it's the same amount of cash. And so that's not going to happen. I should build more railroads out here. And I want to. But I also want money to build up my army. Just a few more railroads. We got all this land, we might as well unite it through our infrastructure. Not enough steel in the Soba market. Alright then. So first thing we gotta do is some more steel mills. Which I have been wanting to build more of. Tiny manufacturing? No. All markets. Steel mills is still good money. I should add more elsewhere too. Messina is good money for steel mill. Obviously a good production efficiency. Measure 0.06. No, how about 2.45 per? Okay, I think that's enough for now then. A little bit more. And we still can't join Kiev, can we? Independence movement. They wanted us in before. Ottomans is in that kicked us out. Actually, no. It was one of the banks that joined and kicked me out, I think. And then Ottomans came after. Only 570 antagonism now. Could remove 15.15. Genoa, you're still missing some wheat, really? We got all sorts of wheat. And they're not all maxed out. Since your RGOs do increase with the more population you get. So even maxing them out early on is the end of it. I'm surprised it's so low though. What, did like previous revolutions just break all the RGOs they had? Because I did do several cycles of the past where I just went through and cleared out, maybe not all the RGOs, but like half the list, maxed them out where I could. Maybe wheat's not enough money, and so they were further down the list and got neglected. But I'm pretty sure that I should have maxed them out in times when certain provinces weren't getting as much food as they could, and so I was maxing out food wherever I could. Soba market down here. So, steel mills I put in these locations specifically will be the only source of steel. So it's gonna be a bit till I can get railroads that way. But railroad should be good for here. Railroad up. Railroad connect. Not enough steel in Medina market. Aww. I've used all the steel we had for that. Now, my boats here do their job well and give us more maritime presence. Maybe we'll have enough pull to ship this into our markets. Because I don't feel like claiming Medina for my own. I've got my eye on my own prizes. Antagonism. Only 564. That's less, right? Ogun asking for money. Ogun has been building up Liberty Desire. All of my guys are already at 0 loyalty, and they have been for centuries. But they got money. Look at how much money they have. I know they have money. Malay and Buddhist. Cool. It's Republic, right? My colonies? So they get to elect people in without any concern for hereditary? That's neat. Nah, I'm gonna say no. He's got an amazing tax rate already for his size. If he wanted to use favors, that'd be one thing, but there was no risk of losing face if I said no to him. Meanwhile, my own tax rates. Singularity. Actually froze, trying to produce whatever pop-up this is behind here. Just for Dia Gratia Rex at a save in progress. Basra, Barry Dawab, and Jarid risk pulling me into or risk coalition against me. Do it. What's keeping them? And we're already at 50 now. And what's the max we could push towards? 50.85. So a few more months will be max inward. And then I could push this guy towards something else, anything else. One more year till Sonato. Anything that I might want to shift? We got archives because he switched out the, what was it? The one that gives 15 loyalty. We got rid of that one because everyone's at 0 already. 22.5 Liberty Desire. 22.5 All God, 7.5 Gaspé, 2 for Kundal. But it doesn't make a difference that everyone else is at 0 Liberty Desire because they're all at 0 loyalty anyway. 200 Opinion. My colonies all love me. They love me, but they don't want to be with me. To build a road to the next province, to the next location over. Is it really saying it's cheaper to go all the way around and not just build directly up? There we go. Sometimes it sticks and almost lets you do a proper route, but lots of times it doesn't. Benghazi. Okay, let us connect you with Alexandria. Mamluk, how is your war going, now that it's only you and Cyprus? We got 2 wars now. Started by Cis, and minus 25 against Cyprus. Well, Cyprus, 0 men and 57 boats versus 19 boats and 164,000 men. 16 boats? 19 boats? Naval strength of Cyprus. Wait. Why does it have Egypt's boats on the Cyprus side and Cyprus's boats on Egypt's side? Naval strength of Cyprus, but then here it's got the Egyptian army and the Cypriot army. How I long for the simpler UIs of Crusader Kings 2. These guys are so pissed. They want to revolt again, but they can't as long as these 3 things are actively revolting. And we don't even have the bird up saying that we please, can we just do peace yet? Game decor. More cores in Catalan lands, more cores where Neapolitans erase the lesser Italians. That's some pretty decent coreage. For me, for not very good at Europa Universalis style games. Okay, 1 more year for Sonata, we'll get a whole lot of tax. Hopefully we won't have to first place great power again. We got the cultural hegemon because nobody comes close. Not even Great Wu. Great Wu's got no cultural influence. Military hegemon. Great Wu's getting closer. But we'll put some more distance when I build up more of my military again for the Bohemia campaign. I say Bohemia campaign when it's going to be a crusade on Egypt. When we get, which one is it? Was it Pro Divini? Yeah, Pro Divini. No valid countries because we have a truce going on. So when we have Pro Divini and no truce with Egypt, it can call a crusade against the Mamluks. Malgara... What a disaster. Unrest in North Betsimera... Listen to Madagascar then, right? Yeah. They finally speak up. Let him speak. I was gonna say I heard a shotgun from downstairs. And I wasn't sure whose name was shouted down. But it became very clear that time. And our advance is almost done. What's it gonna finish by? February, March? Nope, now. Out of the way, thing, out of the way. Conscription centers, only an extra 5 on top of every regimental camp we already have, but Grenadiers coming up. Grenadiers. Grenadiers. They get the same secure flanks that the defensive infantry do, but an extra morale damage done too. Comet sighted. Good omen or bad? Bad omen, of course. You know, I wouldn't mind if we now got the hunting accident for our heir. So... Count Filippo could properly become heir of us. He's 58 years of age. It's gonna just go down to lots of unmarried women who I can't marry off myself. They're in my court, they're in the line of succession, they're my nieces and nephews, but I can't marry them. The Angio line is gonna go extinct at a rapid pace soon. That's the frustrating thing. Can't even marry off close relatives. And so, if you care about your royal line, it sucks to be you. Truly sucks to be you. Officially over 1 million manpower now. So let's see. We just have 1 infantry here. 1 regular hunters. So let's build 5 more hunters for them. And then 6 musketeers. Six gallop cavalry. And our flying batteries. So that's this unit with over, what was that? 3,000 bucks? 30,000 bucks? To pop this stack on over to maximum for what I want. Oh yeah, forgot that these guys could stand to be upgraded now too, but I'll wait. Egypt, as we've seen, Egypt in name is no fight at all, so I'm not worried about them. Have I heard of Rosenkreuz? He's dead, right? Rosenkreuz and Guildenstern are dead? I saw a bit of the movie. I should probably rewatch it because I was distracted when it was playing. Not this one? Well, I hate to spoil the movie Children, but because they were killed in Hamlet, the movie's all about them kinda coming to terms with the facts. They make videos about various video games and how they apply history to them. That does sound pretty cool. As far as concepts go. And I do enjoy putting an analytical mind to games myself. But no, I have not heard of them, I'm afraid. I don't really do lots of like video essay, podcast kind of stuff. I'm the kind of person who the most exposure I get is when I date somebody new when they start linking me their stuff that they like to watch. 4,000 a month. Just a couple more months. Maybe 3 months, so that'll be maxed out then. Since 58.87 is it. Four years. So this October is gonna be it again. Do we have any different parliament types that I might want to change to? This one is pretty cool. Constitutional parliament. So, even though the monarch is still supreme, we're allowing them constitutional parliaments. The state's happier. Request support needed, minus 25. Agenda impact, plus 25% each. Player autocracy, focus on Paradox games. That just makes me think about playing back in CK2, when CK2 does put that little, like, summary image banner thing that says what type of government you are. And no matter how nice I try to play, it always ends up being some kind of autocracy, because of course it is. CK2, we're always playing in ways that stabilize our rule, and if we're going to stabilize our rule, we're getting absolute crown authority, we're getting primogeniture, we're weakening the council every few decades until they're basically just yes men for us. It's fun times. Assembly seems pretty weak. Autocratic, more crown power, more absolutism, no agenda impact, so you gotta struggle to get what you want. Constitutional parliament we got. Seems to be the best one there is. Agenda impact at major boosts. Minus 25, request issue support needed, and everyone's happier for it, and there's no actual disadvantage to you. So I don't see why you wouldn't want a parliament. Construction goods are missing. Blank. Not there it is. Lumber and wheat. Lumber in the Soba market. What RGOs do we have down here? Fruit. Lots of fruit. We got lots of sand. We got gold. We got gold. We've actually got another source of gold here. Do they have much in terms of... Let's see. Market Village. Mason, steel mills. If they grow fruit here, they might grow trees too. And they don't. They could do fiber crops. They could try to build out of papyrus. Who could be wed? Katarina Angio, 45 years old and a Hussite. Which means she's not going to inherit anyway. Maybe I should marry her to somebody older. That way, when they die off, another marriage is opened up for somebody else. I wonder how many more decades until the line of the Angios go extinct. Maybe we could pretend that there's some other Angio scion that's simply partying it up someplace. And then eventually, after the end of the game, we gotta pull him out from his Adriatic holiday. August. Can't forget Sonata's coming up. Burgers are finally up to 50. Hopefully, the thing we need to do to get the points we need to get both a successful Sonato and our extra taxes for a year doesn't hurt the burgers too much. Because I don't gotta do too much anymore. There it is. Inward's done. So let's have you do just about anything else. He's got good sword. Could assimilate more pops. Stability's alright. We could increase province control places. That's not too bad. Bit worse off where we haven't been. But I'm okay with the control we have, even if it's kind of minimum. So let's have you do... He's got decent diplomacy, so we could just do more assimilation, but we won't. Let's do integration. Castile, maybe? Lower Egypt when there's a little bit to do. Sinai? Cyrenaica? Nubia? Nubia is a pretty massive area. Let's do Sinai first. We basically own all there is to own for Sinai. We just haven't taken enough land over here to paint this our color. September. And there it goes, my coconut juice. Blockade? Oh, they're trying again. Caught him. So I'd like to come down here. I'll just park these guys on over. Then every time they try to move into us, we'll just come right back out and kick them away. Sonato. Almost forgot some. -3. Oh, they unsieged it. See, like I said, I kind of want... I want notice when an area that I'm occupying gets liberated. That's need-to-know information. We'll wait till the end of the month, squeeze out an extra tick of taxation. Five, 6, 7. Eight, 9, 30, 1. Now we shall begin. shipbuilding facilities, grand shipyards, and that's it. They're all right. Promote member of the burghers, clergy, state religion. Clergies are already maxed out. Food stockpile. You know what, let's do it. Because getting more harbor capacity everywhere isn't a bad thing. I should be maxing out my harbor capacity everywhere. %47%, and of course I'm going to want additional taxes, that goes without saying. 34% support. The burghers want me to increase opinion of Alba after they've gone and colonized my cousins in the Pacific behind my back. Change policy. No. Autonomy movement towards decentralization. We're currently 87.65 centralization. No. Artisan guilds and burghers lose 10% more happiness. How about we do bellicose support? 1 antagonism on Napoli. And a little bit more belligerent, but I'm not going to be losing belligerent at this rate anyway. Okay. 54 is fine. Oh, minus 35? Damn, I could get nobles as high as 67 taxation. Burghers are crawling out from the pits anyway, they're not gonna hit 76 for a while. Commoners got them at 45, I'm gonna leave them 45. 0% inflation, but the trouble is I could hardly mint before I start, let's see, demand for silver and gold. At 38, there's already a balance of +2. 59 is basically equilibrium for silver. I gotta think about staying within my means here. $36.07. 38. Okay. That'll be it for my silver and gold demands then. Kundal, it seems, has fully colonized Aotearoa. They've turned us French. They've turned us Norwegian. I still have no idea how Norway got there. At least everybody else I can understand, hopping around, slipping through South America. France had a presence here, Scotland got a little bit around the corner here and then spooked out that way. But how did Norway get through? Norway is a big surprise. Demand's outpacing supply now, so I can't keep... Alright, gotta drop my minting a little. I'm not even concerned about the inflation anymore, I'm just thinking about my dwindling supply of gold. People of Umlanga suffering the tyrannical rule of Bohemia. What do they want? Money? If you guys are asking for manpower, that'd be one thing. I can't give you the money. I'll weaken Bohemia for you guys later, but not like this. Town demands seats. It's one urban parliament seat. That's not the end of the world. 10% burger satisfaction. And 25% Senato support. I didn't have to scrounge around after all, and there's nothing that I need. There's nothing that I want or need. There's nothing that I can use, because even if I want to get the Parliament-approved claim on Novara, I can't. I got too many rebels going on here. Anyone over 95% progress means I simply cannot do it. My hands are tied, I gotta do other things to sneak around. But maybe I should change my minting law then. How's my tin supply looking? Silver, balance is bad, demands outpacing supply. Gold, demands outpacing supply again. Tin and copper, right? Copper, supply is equal to demand. So it doesn't matter anyway then, even copper wouldn't be as good. So, let's drop our minting a little bit to maintain a little bit less pressure on gold and silver. I could do so much minting, but for once in my life I'm actually short on gold and silver. Five humanist or spiritualist. Clergy's okay, it's just 20% satisfaction. Grebo asked for a raid against France. Sorry, Grebo. Okay. 55,000 and 7,000 per month. Six 12, 6 12. They got 2 cavalry already. So just 1, 2, 3, 4. Artillery they're going to need. And now they'll need both types of infantry. Wait, it's already plus 6 hunters. Musketeers now. And that's this guy covered. And that should be enough for the buildings you're gonna get at the end of the Senato. I still gotta pay for it myself. Grenadier regular regiment. So it's not an upgrade to... Oh! Musketeers and hunters alike become grenadiers. So it basically combines the defensive and offensive infantry into one then. So we have an excess of infantry now, but that's okay. We'll get some very defensive armies here that have artillery and cavalry support. It's probably better that way. Spen. 12.66 over time. I'm going to keep on chipping away at them. Improved as much as he can, headed home. But because of that, 558, that wasn't 15 at all. We're stalled on railroads for the lack of wood. Stalling on the railroad for a lack of wood now. But I can't build wood here because I don't have forests. I have to go further down. Into Canum. Or maybe Suakin. Hey Dante? Keeping the country at kingdom? I haven't got a choice. You gotta talk to the Pope about that, Dante. I would love to improve the kingdom even further. We got great power, the Papal States love me, so they'll say yes. We have well beyond the population requirement. We got prestige. But there's a Papal ban on Empire. And so, as long as Bohemia and all these little guys down here exist, then I can't do it. And because this is a very patchwork campaign that basically began at launch and has been stapled together with every single patch, hotfix, and update since, I've got dozens of rebels at over 95 progress. And as long as we have rebels over 95 progress, I cannot declare war myself. And because I cannot declare war myself, I cannot use this glorious, beautiful imperialism casus belli with minus 75% conquer cost for the attacker. This should be the era where I take all these high-tech armies I've been building, and I have enough high-tech armies against every side of the coalition for once my next war fires. We could take on the entire coalition to include Bohemia, but I can't use the supreme Age of Revolutions casus belli to completely wipe them off the map. I wouldn't say ruining saves, because you kind of expect it, right? It's kind of miraculous enough that this launch campaign has survived over so many hotfixes and patches and updates, and has survived into 1.1.x. But because of all the changes they have to make with these major updates and beta patches and such, you do expect that this is going to be a different enough game from launch that the game I was playing isn't the same game that I'm playing now. But again, CK2 was my major thing for Paradox Games, so a lot of this is learning, well, how do I play Europa Universalis 5? So even if I can't reign supreme and do all the super-powered things you can do like Imperial CB, I'm learning. It's given me lots to learn. So, I'm having fun just getting this far, and figuring out things that I could apply for the next campaigns. How much more time, Sonatos? That's what, 2 months? Just over 1. Very cool. Upper Egypt almost fully integrated. Oran is at 93% integration. Maghreb Arasbat is at 81% now. Been working for decades to replace the rebellious Zanati with the now docile Tunisians. Which again, not that it matters because I'm not getting rid of all these rebels. Zanati patriots are still looking at 1 progress per month. It says civil war, but given its 2 locations, how upsetting are my rebels if I just allowed them to all pop one after another? Nobility insurgents in 1 location. 1 location only, nobility insurgents. Andalusi, 8 locations, civil war. I'll have to mop those up. Arpitan patriots, 8 locations, civil war. Where's the Arpitans again? That's over the Swiss French lands, right? Bedouins, 454,000 civil war Bedouin, 14 locations. Okay, I see where they're going to be. Though I do got folks close by. We got like 80,000 right here that could pull away from the border. And with the railroad, they could just hop on down so quickly, mop up, come back. Castilian, Civil War across 84 locations. Okay. So, some of them are completely insignificant. Some of them, we're gonna keep letting these little guys stall for time for years at a time even. Just to keep the bigger ones from firing. $20.90 to complete annexation. If we survive to the end of the game, then we could project into the future and claim that the annexation of Hungary is going to go smooth as butter. And in time, beyond the time span of the game, they will join as one. And then Poland afterwards, and Europe will become stronger for it. Okay. So all the extra shipyards didn't take too much cash away from me. Andalusi Patriots. So, with 47,000, who do I want to build up next? And I'm also going to possibly lose a whole lot of cash. I'm gonna gotta upgrade all these guys now that I know that Grenadiers take from both the Hunter type and the Musketeer type. They combine, which is really cool. We didn't know that. So who we got here first? 2 infantry. They're gonna be the same thing anyway, now that we know. So there's no point doing like 6 Musketeer, 6 Hunter. We'll just merge these 2 into 1 then. Now, I don't know if it's the meta, or if it's any better, but I like the feel so far of doing it, let's say 12 infantry, 6 cavalry, 6 artillery. So let's do... Right now, hunters are... Oh. Marginally not as cheap. So Musketeer is actually the cheaper option. They're both in the same era. They're gonna get upgraded anyway, so... I'm just gonna put what's cheaper, then upgrade them later. That'll be the France suppression group. I will want at least one more to stay here in the mountains, because the last time we went up against Bohemia, we did most of our fighting around here, in the Eastern Alps. But there were always folks that snuck in over by the Dauphiné way. Trying to take over my stuff over here. So Upper Egypt is done. Let's do... Who wants to integrate next? Lower Egypt is gonna be like this bit over here, I bet. That, these folks up here are holding on to. Nubia has plenty of Bedouins. And Bedouins want to rebel against me too, so if I integrate them... The things I do when I just want to hold on to the Nile and more Red Sea. And not even for any advantage, just for the happiness. We got plenty of naval presence, a maritime presence. So that's good. Now who else do I have to improve on? If the game can quit jumping around. Come on, game, come on. It's not that complex of a system here. Okay, that's a lie, but come on. It's already 5 hours and a half of stream. We gotta wrap up, game, so less stuttery. $12.66, $12.66. So what are you lacking? You got nothing but infantry. So 5 more infantry than 6 and 6. Took exactly all of my money to get that guy topped off. Forget about this little noodle here. Alright, cavalry. You are going to be the basis for our Western Alps defense. Hold on. It's apparently quicker to go down this way, through Gap, up the mountains, over the mountains to Grenoble, and then back down. Maybe between my railroads and the Burger railroads. They probably do have a route going this way. Is there a choo-choo? I don't see a choo-choo line. No, there is. There's a little choo-choo going through here. Look at that. Look at him go. Look at him go. He just zooped through the mountains. I know that roads make things faster, but that is so much quicker than I expected. That's kind of confirmation then from the first time we saw something like that. We were moving guys from up here down the Nile to help take Aksum, Aswan I mean. Looked away, came back, expected my troop to be down around here or so. He was already down there for all the railroads we built. Okay, we just gotta make sure that all of our conductors and ticker takers know that they shouldn't be giving tickets to hostile armies. Hungary still has 37,000 guys on over here. How come? I know that we give you food access, military access, fleet basing. You got no wars of your own going on. You should have your guys go home. And that's regulars too. That is so many of the regulars. I don't know if I can destroy their military access rights and food rights. I can. I can. And I bet you if I did, they would march back on home so quickly. We don't have rights to go through them. We don't have military access. We got food access. The only real concern I have with this, at another 52,000 there. This is a good bulk of their army that I want over in the east for when Bohemia. For when we do go to war with Bohemia, I want the Poles and the Hungarians to bother them over here. I don't want them in Spain. They don't have to be in Spain. That's something to worry about. But if need be, after pacifying Tunis, after pacifying Spain and Egypt, we could always devote some of these armies elsewhere. Maybe not so much the Egyptian one. What's this over here? Starving provinces. Valdi Mazara again? How? You got plenty of wheat, you got salt that you could eat. You got maize. They got lumber, they could eat lumber. Saltpeter. Do I have to give them more fishing villages? That they're probably not going to use? Can they do farming villages? They can do farming villages, except most of the agricultural stuff is right outside the border, which is why they tend to starve a lot. But hopefully if I build a lot of stuff in Kanihani anyway, then maybe. Sheeps, fruit, can they do fruit? Outside the border they can do fruit. They got their own market there and everything. So, if they're missing out on food, they got no one to blame but themselves. France is on the move. What you got going on, France? Rebellion against Spain you're helping with? Against Helen? When does our truce with the Mamluks expire? 44. So in 3 years. I could see 3 years being plenty of time to finish up our armies. 3 years. To finish making some Transalpine invasion forces. The Egyptian front is good. Tunisian front is good. Spanish front is good. This is no good. I'm starting to feel I could actually take on Bohemia and the world. Years, launch a crusade on Egypt. Ottoman, Tunis, Spain, and France will join in as co-belligerents of the anti-me coalition. And because France is a co-belligerent, they get to call in their ally in Bohemia. It almost sounds realistic. I think I might actually be able to do it. Let's see, what to do with this guy? Horses aren't that great up in the mountains though, yeah? Mountains, minus 10% combat, minus 10% movement. That's not too bad. Okay, so 1 cavalry. Make 5 more. Some artillery to slaughter any Bohemian that comes in. Grenadiers. Alright, Grenadiers. $11. Not quite enough money for all the Grenadiers I want. Who would have guessed that modern armies are expensive? And there's still no call to peace, despite so thoroughly trouncing these guys, holding on to their capital for how long? How they built up another army to try to test us? They got no army. Alright. They got heavy ships, they somehow found themselves heavy boats. Don't freeze on me, game. There's Grenadiers. They were hiding at first, and they're back at the top of the list. Bohemia's got this going on too. Bohemian Peasant Revolt. You know who hasn't gotten a peasant revolt? That's right. We've had noble insurgents lots of times. We've had people of various cultural groups rise up here and then, but we never had unhappy peasants. Dissatisfied with gradual loss of power, nobility undermine our efforts to cement legal rights of all of our subjects. -7 stability. And 10 towards absolutism? Come on! Alright, when was the last save? Last save was January of this year. They're destroying my democratic institutions. 54.68 liberalism, so it's events like that which have caused me to drop so far, because we got through the age of absolutism with some pretty damn high liberalism. And then they just chop away at it. They buy some Supreme Court justices, they do a little gerrymandering. Who's low on food? Cunny honey? Always cunny honey. Did I not tell these guys to build towards unit? I'm pretty sure I did. This reminds me of those rare times when I would build a boat, not as build to unit, but just put a build order in a port, and then half a year later, a year later, all the boats start flying off towards some random fleet they decided they were building toward. But the opposite, because I'm pretty sure I said build to this unit, and now here they are just flying off. Oh. It's winter in the mountain, and so they can't get there. I forgot about that aspect. So, when it thaws, are they all gonna run over? Or have they given up on joining him? Brodivini. Spill their blood upon the Holy Land again. I'm gonna need this one in order to choose a Mamluks as a crusade target. And in choosing Mamluks as a crusade target, pull everybody else in Europe into war. See, Cyprus didn't even take those away. They occupied it just to spite me, and then let Barca and the Mamluks have it again. Look at this insult. We kicked Egypt's ass, and then left the war to take our own stuff. But we kicked Egypt's ass and helped Cyprus gain independence. And what happens? And then what happens? They join the Medici independence movement against me. That's his thanks for helping them achieve independence, as they turn around and help one of my own underlings achieve independence from me. Okay, they did. They waited for the thaw and then came out. Light Dragoons, regular unit. 49, 12, 6, and 6. And it's only going to get bigger when we upgrade everyone. Because we have the artillery for the era, we got the infantry for the era. We just gotta upgrade the cavalry. But this is regular cavalry, not light cavalry, so I'm still gonna need cuirassiers afterwards. Heavy cavalry, discarded lances for pistols and sabers. Would you look at that? They haven't even achieved full frontage. They haven't even achieved full frontage. 11.82 frontage. And that's good. I would prefer that everybody be in the front, slaughtering. You want that. You don't want people sitting in reserve waiting to come in. You want them ready to fight at the start. And then when you break the enemy, and they have reinforcements filtering in ones and twos, you're still slaughtering them, because it's your full front against their meager front. I don't want reinforcements juggling initiative to get in faster. I want people at the front of the line, firing. Cannons, pistols, muskets, you name it. I want the firing line in position on their knees, ready to go. I want the artillery with the string pullers ready. We need horses tearing through enemy lines. 90 and 72 versus 76, 80, 83. So this guy is inherently better in both ways. Except no, he's better at martial over here. But 55 versus 27, this guy's gonna die off eventually. So Sinibaldo has better arguments. I don't even care what the argument's about. The only consequence is which one do you lose. Everything beyond that is flavor. There's a little over 60 years to go in the game now. We're getting close to the end. But speaking of close to the end, I think I should call it here. Because I got dank movie night to get ready for. And EU5 takes a lot longer to close the program than it does to launch it. It's kind of funny that way. If I had my nobles happier with me, then they wouldn't be killing my liberalism. So, I gotta work on them. Burghers have a natural equilibrium of 100. Commoners are way high up, clergy are way high up. 3,000 monies only. I'm not still paying army, I'm still paying army. Wasting so much money paying the army, there we go. Okay. Stability investment I'm still doing. That's an extra 1,000 a month. There. Okay. Let's save it here then. Pretty happy with the progress today. Even though we had to fight Havana, my original and my favorite of colonies. But they've learned their lesson. Okay. Everybody else's punitive war reparations are done, just Egypt paying $394 a month now. Selling food, trade income, 8,500. Maybe next campaign will do better about trade. But I got the save in, so let's call it there. We got to prevent Havana's independence. We've got like 60 some years left in the Age of Revolutions, and we haven't lost a single colony yet. And by way of the Cypriot independence movement, we actually managed to take a bit more land away from Egypt. We got rights for the commoners. We got more Catalan territory building in over the rebellious, treasonous Castilians. And we even have a really lush network of trains all over the place. So, we just gotta build up for Bohemia now. We have Schubert on, skating games where things happen. Punchy's on, playing Wicked Seed. I didn't get to raid Punchy the last time, because I think he was doing Resident Evil speedruns, and so he finished quicker than I would have thought. So, let's go raid Punchy, one of my personal faves. Cool guy. And he's got sick new emotes. I think I'll take tomorrow off from stream. I do, when it comes to a grand strategy game like this, it takes months of your life to play through. And doubly so when you stream it, because you tend to do things at a slower pace, to voice your thoughts, try to do something right. It takes even longer. So even though I want to rush through and do it day after day after day until it is done, we'll finish soon enough. So we'll come back to it Monday. Monday we'll do more Europa Universalis, and if we're lucky, that could be the day that we take on Bohemia. So until then, folks, thank you for hanging out. Stick around for the raid, say hi to Punchy, and I'll catch you guys next time. Take care.
Chase スーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで橋を割ったら牛丼片手に Dancing rock and roll 強い当たり前素敵そりゃそうさかわいい照れるなリード ぱりはいらんですよ。おお、言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかくすごい自信だ。レスラー怪獣、私が相手